when you're...
We'll pick up that conversation later.
Yeah, we'll do that, but I think maybe you understand the different roles we all have here. Members, when we were debating the social assistance legislation, accommodation supplement, income-related rent amendment bill, we completed debate on part 2. We come now to our final debate. This is debate on clauses 1 and 2, title and commencement. Helen White.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to take some time to ask you about the commencement date, because this is actually a really important issue, and to ask you whether you were prepared to look at a much later commencement date for this piece of legislation. What we've heard is about this bill, as we've discovered what it will do in urgency, is it will take money from people that had previously, by policy decision and law, been allowed to take in boarders. And that actually sustained a lot of families in New Zealand. These are our poorest families by the nature of the fact that the government recognises what is going on and gives them a subsidy. So it gives them a subsidy for accommodation even though they might be working, because they're earning so little they cannot make ends meet. And it gives them a subsidy if they're not working because rents are so high in this country. So these are the reasons why we support these people. And what happened in the 1990s was there was a plunge in the benefits and the support that we gave people at the same time as wages in this country fell in real terms and house prices skyrocketed. That's the economy we now live in. And it's a result of those times. But even in the 1990s, they saw the benefit. This legislature saw the benefit of at least letting people try by bringing in boarders into their accommodation situation. They saw that as a win because it had the benefit of allowing people to make ends meet a little bit by having boarders. And so it was a way of them taking control of their situation, like I would. If my mortgage was suddenly, if I was suddenly out of here and I had to pay the mortgage and I hadn't re-established myself as a lawyer, I would take boarders in. That's what I do because I could. Yeah. And so, sorry.
Ms. White, this is not a general debate speech. This is a very tight part of the bill.
So it does absolutely relate to the timing of it, because I'm talking about a time in history where there's a cost of living crisis. And actually, these are the very people we need to extend out. So I'm asking the Minister, would she consider extending this out to a time, maybe 2 years out, when the government promises at the present time that it's going to restore the balance here, it's going to restore the situation in terms of cost of living? Because so far what we've seen is cost of living crisis for the very people who we are taking $100 on average a week off. So will the Minister consider a movement and an absolute just change in the words so that we have this 2nd of March date much later? I suggest we do it 2 years from then, and that'll give things time for things to settle down. And that's what I'd like to ask the Minister. Is she prepared to recognise the cost of living crisis for this group and allow that time to be much later, 2 years later? Thank you, Minister. I'd really like an answer to that question.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Louise Upston.
Mr. Chair, I did explain yesterday that this was a measure that was in Budget 24, so it's been signalled for quite some time, and it does not prevent anyone at all having boarders. All it means is that if you do have a boarder, the income from that boarder is taken into account in terms of your accommodation supplement assistance, which is funded by other taxpayers. So no, we will not be changing the commencement date. There is technical requirements and IT changes so that this piece of legislation comes into effect on the 2nd of March 2026, and it was first raised in Budget 24, which is a whole 12 months ago.
Ricardo Menendez-March.
Thank you. And the Minister just talked about clause 2, the commencement on the 2nd of March. And I did want to ask, she just mentioned the IT changes that she thinks will be required in order to make this possible. I did want to ask the Minister, because this, again, would have been the kind of stuff we could have been evaluating at the Select Committee stage. I noticed that this is coming in just before the changes to benefit indexations that happened in April. And it did seem like an arbitrary date to create. There's not much analysis given to us as to why that specific change was given. So I wanted to ask about the fiscal implications of the number of staff that will be working on these IT changes and the costs to, for example, change anything on different platforms. So, for example, whether it's my MSD, whether it's to develop new training guidelines. I think that, these members may be thinking it's funny, but I do think there are genuine fiscal implications to the choice of the 2nd of March 2026. If the members think this is too broad, they are just out of their depth, because the reality is MSD is really busy. So I did want to ask, what are the measures the government is taking between now and the 2nd of March 2026 to ensure that those IT changes are adequately resourced, and how many staff and what's the FTE equivalent that will be working on those changes? I think the Minister, the people deserve some transparency around this, particularly the thousands of families who will be left without accommodation supplement after these changes. So I want to ask, where will these, how many FTEs? What's the fiscal implication around the IT changes, and whether she will need to be developing any new platforms as a result of this, and particularly in relationship to the community housing providers that will now be left with discretionary options around how they change rents in relationship to this. I am seeking genuine engagement around the date, and so I hope the Minister gives us that.
Helen White.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to talk about the title of this bill, and I'd like to suggest that we change the title to something more reflective of what this is. I would like to change this title to the contribution of those on accommodation supplement and income-related rent to the tax cuts for landlords. I think that's a pretty good title in this bill, because what has happened here is that the government has decided to take $150 million off the very people who are hurting the most because they need to make ends meet. This is a budget measure. That is what it's been assessed as, saving the government, and it was done as a measure to make money which needed to go back into the kitty because it had been spent. One of those items that it had been spent on was tax cuts for landlords. We had a measure in place where landlords would actually have to pay for, they wouldn't get the same interest deduction. It was something that was controversial. It was something that National went in and said it was going to give back to landlords, and it did that at enormous cost. Enormous cost. I think it was $2.7 or $2.9 billion. And this is a drop in the bucket that is being taken out of the pockets of our poorest people, recognised to be our poorest people because they are on the accommodation supplement, because they are in income-related rents. That's who is going to pay for this. So I think that is a lot more accurate title. If the Minister does not agree that that is the most accurate title, then I would like to know why she doesn't, given that it's a measure that is there to make money. There were other ways that the legislation could go because it says so in the documents that we have, but they didn't make as much money for the government. There were other ways that this could have been done, but it's been done with an automated decision-making system, bringing everybody into the office, which we'll talk about in the next bill, specifically because the cash grab has to happen by the date in this legislation. That's when it kicks in. And so it's been built in. The reason that there is a need for a cash grab is because of the government's books and because of the money and the choices it's made. And it made that choice to give money to the very people who have got the rental properties in this country that are too expensive for people to live in. So we have to give them the accommodation supplement. Now, interesting, the accommodation supplement is criticised as hiking up those rents because it actually goes into the pockets of the landlords again. Surprise, surprise. The one subsidy we haven't talked about. We've talked about double dipping, but we haven't talked about the huge subsidy that we give landlords by a mechanism that could have been addressed. There could have been some brave work done, but no brave work was done. And so I want to talk about the title reflecting the reality, because New Zealanders in this country need to understand that the reality of this is they are paying for the decisions made by this government. And so I'd ask, could you please address that issue? Why are we not reflecting it in our title? Because this title that we've got here, which says the Act is the Social Assistance Legislation, Accommodation Supplement and Income Related Rent Amendment Act 2025, it really doesn't tell people anything, does it? It sounds innocuous. It sounds like a small technical change. And at the same time, we're helping people up. Well, we're not helping people up, are we? So let's call it what it is, because our job as legislatures is to be actually really clear about what we're doing and reflect what we're doing. So please, can I know why we're calling it something which nobody would look twice at, wouldn't know anything, wouldn't know what it really did? Why are we doing that when we could be honest? Because if the National Party believes in this stuff, they better say it. Why don't we tell them the way it is? Thank you. I'd love an answer to that question.
Just before I take another call, I'm hearing some reasonably disrespectful commentary coming from my right. So I just wonder whether members might reflect on whether that's really adding not only to the order of the House, but the dignity of the House. I just asked them to reflect on that without pointing out anyone in particular. Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Mr. Chair, I intend to move an amendment to the title of this bill. I think it's incredibly important in any time when the House is considering a bill at committee stage, but particularly under urgency, when the public of New Zealand, in the first instance, has not had an opportunity to have their say at the select committee stage, but by virtue of this being urgency after a budget and this being on Saturday morning, the likelihood of this bill getting media coverage is far less than it would do if it were going through a full parliamentary process. And on that point, it is especially important that the title reflects the contents of the bill accurately. Now, my concern about the title of this bill, the Social Assistance, Accommodation Supplement and Income Related Rent Amendment Bill, any reasonable person that hasn't been following this debate or isn't aware of the contents of the bill could make a reasonable assumption that this bill increases the accommodation supplement and income related rent. Excuse me. Why wouldn't they? It's called social assistance. If you were looking at this title, you would assume that this actually increases the assistance provided by the state, but we know that it doesn't. And so my amendment would be to change the title of this bill to the Social Assistance Reducing Accommodation Supplement in Certain Circumstances Amendment Bill. Now, there are rules around proposals for the change of a title in the bill. We all know that. Not all of us follow it, but we all know it. And a proposal for a change in the title cannot be a commentary on the content of the bill. My proposal is not that. It is a very clear description of what is in the bill. There is no suggestion in that as to whether that is a wrong thing or a right thing. It's not providing commentary on the proposals. It is simply describing the proposals. Reducing Accommodation Supplement in Certain Circumstances Amendment Bill. Now, I would wonder why the government wouldn't support this. Because it is an accurate and objective reflection of what this bill proposes to do. Under certain circumstances, Mr. Chair, this bill will reduce the accommodation supplement paid to some people. That is a fact. It's indisputable. It is quite clear in the information that was provided by this, to this bill, which is not full amount of information that would have been provided if it had gone through a full select committee process, but nevertheless it is quite clear that roughly 7,000 people will have their accommodation supplement reduced on average by $100. Now, the points have been made about whether that is a good thing or not, and the government have made their views. I'm not doing that in this contribution. I'm simply saying that that is what the bill does. Now, if we look at what the bill does, that 7,000 people will have their accommodation supplement reduced, depending on their circumstances, and you look at this title of the bill, Social Assistance, Accommodation Supplement and Income-Related Rent Bill, I think there is a mismatch. And that's why my amendment will propose that this title accurately reflects what this bill does. It reduces the accommodation supplement in certain circumstances. And I don't think any government member will take a call to counter that point, because it does. In fact, all of their contributions have been to justify that fact. No one's disputing it. It is a fact. The government views that it is justifiable in certain circumstances that people who rely on accommodation supplement should have that supplement reduced. So it is our very clear proposal to the committee that the title should simply reflect that. And it would be interesting to hear the minister's response to that, regardless of whether she likes the idea of changing the title. It is a legitimate question to pose. Does she believe that the title should accurately reflect the contents of the bill? Does she believe that it is incorrect to state that this bill reduces accommodation supplement in certain circumstances? And if not, why won't she support a title change?
Honourable Willie Jackson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, you know, I couldn't say too much after that last contribution, Mr. Chair, but I will, because the Honourable Karen McAnulty couldn't have been more on the mark, because we're right on the mark, because right the way through this argument in terms of this kaupapa, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, we have been talking about the pressures on whānau, the pressures on communities. So just adding and complementing what my colleagues have said, I think that there's no doubt this is about a reduction. And so if the Minister could grasp that, we might all be able to go home a bit earlier, and we would just change the title and on we go, you know. And so I also suggest, Mr. Chair, that we change the title to the Accommodation Assistance and Income Related Rent Reduction Act. Why? For the very people who need it most, Mr. Chair, for the very, very people who need it most. We've got a cost of living crisis. Many people are taking in boarders to help with the crisis, not to get rich. A week, $600 to $700 a week in terms of rentals. Young couples going in there, and I've had my own family members, they go out and they're renting. You don't get much for 2 bedrooms too, Mr. Chair. You don't get much. It's not rubbish. You better come to Auckland if you don't believe me. If you're lucky, you get a $600 place. But you've got young couples around Helen White's area, around Mount Eden and that, $800 a week for a basic 3-room place, Mr. Chair. No flash place, no flash setup, you know, that it's just an average place. So what do? They go and get a flatmate in, and just to help with that rent. And we're taking away that opportunity. So we're looking at people losing an average of $100 a week, $143 for 2 boarders. We're calculating the impact of up to around 20,000 people, Mr. Yeah, but the numbers may well be better. So why do we want to do this to good Kiwis? I've got to ask that question of the government today. Why do you want to take away that opportunity in terms of these are not big landlords that the national government are interested in. A lot of these are aunties and uncles and mums and dads who are just trying to get by, young couples, and it's a travesty that we're going down this track. So we're talking about a reduction in terms of what's happening here, a reduction. So I've got to ask the Minister why she would not consider going down that track, given that cost of living is such a huge priority, so we hear from this government. It just seems mean-spirited when you consider these changes, what's happening, that the government would not consider this very title change. I think that would help so many people along the way. We've got people in fear at the coalface now, in fear of whether they can pay their rent, in fear now that they're going to actually lose that opportunity to look after their whānau, to look after their home, to look after their kids. Does the national government want to be aligned with that? They've had the worst headlines, Mr. Chair, of any government in history who've just put out a budget. I'm not sure if they read the media, but I have to say I enjoyed watching the news, watching them squirming over the last couple of days. I might be going a little bit off the track, Mr. Chair, but I wouldn't want to upset you, of course, Mr. Chair, but going off the track. But this title is an incredibly important title because it reflects the pain and suffering that our people are going through, and we just have to be upfront that the government want to reduce and continue to penalise good Kiwis at the coalface. So the Accommodation Assistance and Income Related Reduction Act better reflects where people are at.
Joseph Mooney.
I move the debate on this question now closed.
I'll indicate we've had some pretty good contextual contributions and policy contributions. We're now looking for very targeted contributions speaking to amendments. So, Kaharangi Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's amazing, we're back already. It hasn't been so long overnight. So I am seeking to get engagement, particularly in the supplementary analysis report. We know that we didn't get some other reports because this has been rushed through under urgency. So we are really using this analysis here to scrutinise the bill that would have been done through select committee process. And I want to talk to section 3.
No, we're not scrutinising the bill. We're on title and commencement.
It's scrutinising the title. Thank you.
Look, this better be a serious point of order. And
it is a serious point of order.
Well, point of order, Ricardo Menendez-March.
So normally, I totally hear you, Mr. Chair. I also want to understand where in the debate in a bill that's rushed under urgency do we, for example, adequately scrutinise and get engagement from the Minister, because we haven't got an engagement on this, on, for example, the cost, the fiscal implications of the choice of a commencement date. There's genuinely no other part of the debate to get engagement on the Minister on the genuine fiscal and staffing implications of this. So if it's not on the commencement, where? Where would the Chair want us to actually ask about the real money implications of the choice of the commencement date?
Well, it's not in title and commencement. Kaharangi Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So,
I'll just say that if it relates to title and commencement, and it's contextual, however, it will be very clearly related to that.
thank you. And my contribution, my questions are directly related to the commencement of this bill, particularly phase 2, which is in this analysis, saying that from March the 2nd, 2026, and I want to point to, this is section 3, delivering an option, how will the new amendments be implemented? This is looking at how, with this commencement date that is coming, we will actually implement this for people who will be affected. And I'm looking at the increased frontline capacity section, bullet point 2. MSD will increase its frontline resource to update border information prior to the beginning of Phase 2. Some additional resource will also be required as an ongoing basis for the administration policy. This is from the supplementary analysis report talking about commencement, and I'm seeking engagement on how this particularly will impact rural communities. And I'm talking about rural communities who do not have an MSD office there. So what is the Minister doing to increase that capacity for rural communities for the commencement date? So we're talking about March 2nd, 2026. It's coming quickly. We know MSD is already overwrought and having unmanageable caseloads. So we really want to understand what is being done on this commencement date of the 2nd of March 2026. I would suggest that we could move this to 2027, 2028, 2029. When those areas, these rural areas do not have an office, what is being done to ensure that geographical distance, that other factors, so last night we heard about how this is going to impact disabled people disproportionately, they're already struggling to get services. So I think that rural communities deserve servicing, and we know that the nature of boarding means that household circumstances can change frequently. So I'm really seeking clarification on this commencement date. And, you know, just going back to Speaker's orders, where it says that we can expect engagement on our questions from the Minister. And that goes hand in hand with the members here acting in a way that is, makes this House proud of us, that we're really earnestly trying to scrutinise this bill and see how it affects the people of Aotearoa. It's really important that we talk about this, and I'm seeking that engagement on the commencement. The commencement, which is March 2nd, 2026. Thank you.
Helen White.
I've got a very genuine question about commencement for the Minister, and we haven't actually had any engagement from the Minister on these parts. And the question I have is, why is the commencement date what it is? Because I have put some propositions to you, but I've put them as this is how I think it is. So I just want to make sure that you get, and I would like an answer from you as to why you've picked that particular date. Now, I have suggested to you that...
To the Minister?
Yes, I've suggested to the Minister that the reason for doing this is because there needs to be savings by a particular time, and obviously we have an election next year. But I've also seen in what I've read that there's an issue over actually knowing who it is who is out there who have borders, because we don't have that information. And so what will be going on to in the next bill is something that is complementary to this. We have to drag every person who's getting a benefit or an accommodation supplement, all those working people, we're dragging them in for a review. Well, I'm talking... Sorry? I'm absolutely talking about this bill because I'm asking about the commencement and why it is. And what there seems to be, and I'm putting you a proposition to you, you can tell me if it's wrong, but I'd like you to stand up and tell the whole world. So I want to know, am I right that what you are doing is you're bringing in the next law that we'll look at, and that will bring in automated...
Point of order, Joseph Moody.
By interjections, but I don't think members picked it up. But you, as it means the chair.
Yeah, if you've been listening, you see I have been correcting her.
Recognise that, and I definitely will attempt to not do that again. So the Minister is bringing in a bill that comes with this one. It's complementary, and it means that everybody gets dragged into MSD for a review, and because that would be huge, they can't do that, so it has to have time. So we are having an automated system, so a much more faceless system. Do that. People will come in, and then they will be advised on this date next year that their benefits or their accommodation supplement is going to be reduced in that way. So is that why we've got this particular date? Because that's the first date the government can actually get organised enough to make a money grab. So when we are hearing that this is all about equity, that's not really correct, is it? Because the date itself tells the story. This isn't about equity. This is about getting ducks in a row in time to be able to calculate how much money the minister and the government can take off the people who are getting accommodation supplements, because they don't currently have information about who has borders, because up until now, it's been okay to have a border. We've all seen the point. So am I right in that? And I would really like an answer, because so far the minister has not answered a single question in these parts. And these are important parts, because they go to the purpose and they go to the actual implementation and effect on people. So I would like the minister to answer those questions, not from her seat in a way that nobody can hear, but for the record, on Hansard, tell us why this commencement date is actually where it is, and please justify that fact.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr Chair, let me repeat it, because the member clearly didn't listen when I took my opening address in the title and commencement. I said it was a Budget 24 measure. This is a 22-month lead time between Budget 24 and the 2nd of March. So 22 months is a significant period of time for people to understand this. And the other point that I would make in terms of the title of this bill, which is the Social Security Accommodation Supplement and Income-Related Rent Amendment Bill, taxpayers fund all housing support. And this bill doesn't mean you can't take borders. I said that before, I'll repeat it again. The member doesn't seem to understand that. People can have borders, but the income from that borders must be taken into account for the housing support. That's what hard-working New Zealanders, when they pay tax, would expect. They would also expect that not two people are claiming for housing assistance for the same house. So I'm not changing the title of the bill. It is very clear. I'm not changing the commencement date. There's a 22-month lead-in time, and the Chief Executive of MSD is very clear about what is required to operationalise this decision. It's 22 months to do it.
The Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Do relate to the commencement date, and I want to morena everybody. It's really great to see everybody this morning. I heard you had a very long voting capacity last night, so. But Mr Chair, going back to the actual bill.
Members, I know those first early morning coffees are starting to hit home, but can we just keep the noise down? It's very difficult to hear down here and what's becoming a mush pit.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Always grateful to be welcomed into the House. So, Mr Chair, I just actually want to ask some questions based off the response that was given by the Minister, because she did say that this was a Budget 24 initiative. I acknowledge that. I also acknowledge that the Minister said that the advice that she received from MSD needed a 22-month lead-in time in order to get to that 2nd of March 2026 policy effect date. And the question I have really in relation to the commencement date, because it is an odd date, it's not a year end, it's not a financial date like the 31st of March or 1st of April or any other time frame in relation to other particular dates that you can find within legislation, the 2nd of March 26. And then the question I had is in response to the Minister's comments, she said it was a Budget 24 initiative. When I'm looking at the supplementary analysis report, because there was no regulatory impact statement that was put in for this, officials said that tight timeframes also constrain the development of policy advice, including consultation. So the decision to fully implement, I'm quoting from that supplementary analysis report, the decision to fully implement the policy changes by early 2026 has meant that advice on the detailed policy design has been subject to tight time constraints. As a result, there has been limited time for the analysis of existing and potential new settings international comparisons, as well as analysis of operational impacts. And I acknowledge again the Minister did spend a lot of time in the chair yesterday, or at least there were many questions from different members of the House of different parts as to around that consultation aspect. But the question which relates back to Helen White's contribution a little bit earlier about why this particular date. I'm just trying to understand the different phases which officials also set out in that supplementary paper. So if members, it's on page 34, there's quite a big table in there, and it talks about the different phasing that is needed through that particular implementation, which is why, again, I don't quite understand the 2nd of March date. Because yes, it's from budget 24, there was a limited consultation, there has been various time constraints which officials have set out in their supplementary analysis report, and officials, at least in this report, in the absence of a RIS, did set out those operational implementation dates. So phase 1, the 22nd of May 2025, from mid-2025 it goes through all the different policy changes, so sending correspondence out to clients, sending out general communications to raise awareness of the changes, enabling clients to declare their board payments through our online and paper channels, link those receiving board with those paying board with the same household in the system to prevent double subsidisation. And I do want to acknowledge MSD for their work on that, because they've tried to, in the time constraints that they've been given, even though this was a decision made in 2024, they're trying to think about how do they communicate this to affected clients in order for their policy or their operational changes to their tech system to be ready from the 2nd of March. So, Minister, I do want to ask the question again, and I know you've said it's to allow for that 22-month lead-in time, but why the 2nd of March? It is a very, very odd date. Is that the first date that MSD has said to you that they believe that that is when this could be implemented fully? Or had they suggested another date, perhaps even of the 1st of April 2026? I mean, I totally respect the fact that officials have had time constraints, even though this was a budget decision made last year. There is a 22-month lead-in time, but my concern is just that misalignment with other key sort of dates for a lot of people, particularly when it comes to financial years. Why is the 2nd of March, which is quite odd? And then when you go to the way officials set it out in the supplementary analysis report about that phase 2 from the 2nd of March, it says they'll begin the IRR reviews, income-related rents reviews of social housing tenants. So that begins to include the housing contributions for boarders from the 2nd of March 26. But, Mr Chair, I'll be really brief so we can hopefully allow the Minister to check in with her officials. It then goes on, if a social housing tenant has boarders, their IRR will change at the time of their annual review. So is it the annual review, which is why the 2nd of March, it doesn't really matter that it's an odd date? That's why, because the annual review could be at any date within a calendar year? And then the implementation ensures IRR clients do not receive multiple rent increases in 12 months, and other changes are implemented as soon as possible. So my understanding through the supplementary analysis report, and again, I know the Minister has acknowledged around consultation, we are in urgency, which is the really sad thing about it, is because it's quite clear there are little elements of this bill which would have actually possibly helped having some public consultation, which is why members on this side of the House are going through it step by step. Just wanting to understand, again, is the 2nd of March, it doesn't base it, it's because of all the reasons the Minister has talked about. It is an odd date. Is that because the annual reviews for these clients can be any particular date of the year? This is the start date in which, after all the letters and the communications, which I acknowledge MSD will be trying to do from mid-2025, why the 2nd of March? Because it is, again, a very odd date.
Grant McCallum.
Mr Chair,
Miles Anderson.
I move that debate on this question now close.
Members, we're going to be speaking directly to amendments. We're going to be speaking to the title and commencement, and the third, obviously, part of that is ministerial involvement. So I'll go to Lawrence Zunan.
Yeah. Just also noting that the previous speaker, the Honourable Barbara Edmonds, asked some really good questions on the commencement date of the 2nd of March from the perspective of what is in the document. But on the commencement date, one of my amendments is around changing the commencement date.
Could you go around the other side?
Sorry. It's to adjust the commencement date, to push it back a little bit, because yes, I do hear from the Minister that this is something from Budget 2024, but we have seen some of the things that's been implemented in Budget 2024 not having had the intended expectation from agency perspective throughout the year. So I guess for this particular date, whether the Minister then have other confidence that the 2nd of March 2026 is doable, because one of the things we do notice, particularly from our personnel and from application perspective when we're looking at new assessment and assessment of changing circumstances, is the way that the transitional elements is going to work when applicants make those kind of adjustments from here and to the 2nd of March, and what goes beyond from 2nd of March 2026. So my question to the Minister is, if the Minister has confidence in the fact that MSD is able to do this, what sort of staffing expectations and restructuring and reallocation of resources will be expected as a result of this particular date? And if those are not feasible, whether the Minister would consider our amendments around moving the date back, and I think myself has an amendment which moves the date to the 2nd of March 2027, just to give it a little more time. And I know my colleagues Kakarengi Carter and Ricardo Menendez March also have amendments to similar effects of adjusting the time. Now, in terms of the title of this, I do wonder whether the Minister in the bracketed title, Accommodation Supplement and Income Related Rent, whether that accurately captures, because a lot of the context of what they're talking about here are borders, yet borders are not a part of the title. So I wondered if the Minister would consider some of the titles that we have proposed, alternative titles that specifically make references to borders as part of that. So my two questions around Clause 2 and Clause 1. From a Clause 2 perspective, in terms of 2nd of March, we're still waiting to hear the Minister's response from the previous speaker, the Honourable Barbara Edmonds, but as well as my question around the staffing, well, more in terms of the transitional measures from now until the 2nd of March, when we are looking at new assessment of new applications and how that's going to work, and whether, despite the fact it's a Budget 2024 initiative, whether this is going to be something that is viable and the Minister has confidence in that. If not, would the Minister consider my amendment? And alternatively, in terms of the title, whether the Minister would consider including the word border in that to capture the bill more accurately. And one last small request is that if the Minister were to respond to any of these questions, if the Minister wouldn't mind looking at the people who are asking those questions as well, to make a little bit of eye contact as well. Thank you so much.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, as I said in answer to my previous question, the Chief Executive is the one responsible for operationalising this policy. And part of that is taking into account their other workload and other significant MSD activities. One of the other members has mentioned the annual general adjustment, which is of course why March has been chosen, not April. And one of the other members read through the whole timeline for the implementation to allow clients plenty of time to understand.
Vanessa Winnick.
Move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakahe.
Action New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti kore e whakai.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to Clause 1, replacing accommodation supplement and income-related rent with adjustments to boarders' contributions, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakae.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Point of order, Joseph Mooney.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just want to, I've had a look at these tabled amendments. And just before we go through any more voting on them, can I just point to Speaker's ruling 130/2 on page 130, which says an amendment to the title of a bill must be a serious or objective description of the bill rather than attempt to criticise its contents. And I've looked through at least 12 of those in the tabled amendments lodged by the Green Party. And second point.
Well, if I may, Mr Mooney, if you could wait, you'll see just how they'll be ruled on. It may well be, you might be surprised to find there may be some agreement with your observations on some of them. So, the question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to Clause 1, replacing accommodation, supplement and income-related rent with prevention of double dipping, is ruled out of order as being contrary to a previous decision of the committee. Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to Clause 1, replacing accommodation, supplement and income-related rent with National loves cars so much they want people to live in them, is out of order as being merely an attempt to criticise the bill. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to Clause 1, replacing accommodation, supplement and income-related rent with accommodation adjustments and additional acclimatisations, Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to Clause 1, replacing accommodation, supplement and income-related rent with accommodation adjustments and additional acclimatisations is ruled out of order as being contrary to a previous decision of the committee. The question is that Ricardo Menendez March tabled amendment to Clause 1, replacing accommodation, supplement and income-related rent with changes to eligibility of accommodation, supplement and income-related rent subsidies be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti e totoko ana.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakae.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Ricardo Menendez March tabled amended to Clause 1, replacing accommodation, supplement and income-related rent with reduction in accommodation, supplement and other matters is ruled out of order as not being an objective description of the bill. The question that Ricardo Menendez March tabled amendment to Clause 1, replacing accommodation, supplement and income-related rent with inclusion of all boarders' contributions and other matters be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Ricardo Menendez March tabled amendment to clause 1 replacing accommodation supplement and income-related rent with punishing boarders in order to pay for landlord tax cuts is out of order as not being a serious amendment. Ricardo Menendez March tabled amendment to clause 1 replacing accommodation supplement and income-related rent with automated decision-making for the purposes of accommodations, supplementary eligibility and other matters is out of order as not being an objective description of the bill. The question is, Ricardo Mendes March tabled amendment to clause 1 replacing accommodation supplement and income-related rent with adjustments to the administration of accommodation supplement and income-related rent subsidies and other matters be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Action
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Ricardo Menendez March's tabled amendment to clause 1 replacing accommodation supplement and income-related rent with pushing people who board into more precarious housing is out of order as not being a serious amendment. The question is, Ricardo Menendez March tabled an amendment to clause 1 replacing accommodation supplement and income-related rent with higher threshold to receive accommodation supplement and income-related rent subsidies and other matters be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti e whakai.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Ricardo Menendez March tabled amendment to clause 1 replacing accommodation supplement and income-related rent with more people in hardship is out of order as not being a serious amendment. Kaharangi Carter's tabled amendment to clause 1 replacing accommodation supplement and income-related rent with make life harder for disabled people is out of order as not being a serious amendment. Kaharangi Carter's tabled amendment to clause 1 replacing accommodation supplement with income-related rent with disabled people who can't live with their support workers is out of order as not being a serious amendment. Kaharangi Carter's tabled amendment to clause 1 replacing accommodation supplement and income-related rent with solo mums get left in the cold is out of order as not being a serious amendment. Kaharangi Carter's tabled amendment to clause 1 replacing accommodation supplement with income-related rent with isolate disabled people is out of order as not being a serious amendment. Kaharangi Carter's tabled amendment to clause 1 replacing accommodation supplement with income-related rent with lonely Aotearoa is out of order as being merely an attempt to criticise the bill. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to clause 1 replacing accommodation supplement and income-related rent with Social Security Act, Public and Community Housing Management Act, Public and Community Housing Regulations 2018 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti e tautoko ana.
Action New
11
Zealand.
opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to clause 1, replacing accommodation supplement and income-related rent with "we" is out of order as not being a serious amendment. Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to clause 1, replacing accommodation supplement and income-related rent with border restriction is out of order as not being a serious amendment. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to clause 1, replacing accommodation supplement and income-related rent with subsidisation limitation be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumāori mā ngā poti e whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Scott Willis has tabled amendment to clause 1, replacing accommodation supplement income-related rent with except for our most at risk is out of order as not being a serious amendment. Rachel Boyack's tabled amendment to clause 1, replacing accommodation supplement income-related rent with reduced household moolah is out of order as not being a serious amendment. The question is that Honourable Kieran McAnulty's tabled amendment to clause 1, replacing accommodation supplement and income-related rent with reducing the accommodation supplement in certain circumstances be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumāori mā ngā poti e tautoko ana.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Rachel Boyack's tabled amendment to clause 1, replacing accommodation supplement and income-related rent with let them eat cake is out of order as not being a serious amendment. Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishna's tabled amendment to clause 1, replacing accommodation supplement and income-related rent with loss of accommodation supplement for no good reasons out of order as not being a serious amendment. The question is that Honourable Rachel Brookings tabled amendment to clause 1, replacing accommodation supplement and income-related rent with reducing accommodation supplement as soon as there is a border be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumāori mā ngā poti ai mārika.
Action New
11
Zealand.
opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Helen White's tabled amendment to clause 1, replacing accommodation supplement and income-related rent with kick them when they try to get ahead is out of order as not being a serious amendment. Rachel Boyack's tabled amendment to clause 1, replacing accommodation supplement and income-related rent with reduced whānau income is out of order as not being a serious amendment. Shannon Halbert's tabled amendment to clause 1, replacing accommodation supplement and income-related rent with removing putia from the vulnerable is out of order as not being a serious amendment. Rachel Boyack's tabled amendment to clause 1, replacing accommodation supplement and income-related rent with banning borders out of order as not being a serious amendment. Honourable Willie Jackson, the tabled amendment to clause 1, replacing accommodation supplement and income-related rent with kick the Maoris in the guts is out of order as not being a serious amendment. Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishnan's tabled amendment to Clause 1, replacing accommodation supplement and income-related rent with penalising people for taking on board is out of order as not being a serious amendment. The question is that Clause 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumāori mā ngā poti e kore e ai.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti kore e whakai.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. The question is that Helen White's tabled amendment to Clause 2 to replace 2026 with 2028 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumāori mā ngā poti e tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Ricardo Menendez March's tabled amendment to Clause 2 to replace 2026 with 2027 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumāori mā ngā poti e ai marika.
Act New
11
Zealand.
opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Honourable Willie Jackson's tabled amendment to Clause 2 is out of order as being same in substance as a previous amendment. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to Clause 2 replacing 2nd March 2026 with 1 January 2027 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. A party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumāori mā ngā poti e whakai.
Act
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Clause 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumāori mā ngā poti e whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti kore e whakai.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. I will report this bill without amendment.
The House is resumed.
Mr Speaker, the committee has considered the social assistance legislation, accommodation supplement and income-related rent amendment bill and reports it without amendment. I move the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. This bill is set down for third reading immediately. Honourable Louise Upson. A point of order, the Honourable Kieran McNulty.
I apologise to the Minister. However, this is the first opportunity we've had to raise this point of order, given that we've just come out of committee. We would have had the opportunity to raise this if our motion to recall the Speaker was approved by the committee. It was not, which is regrettable. Nevertheless, this is the appropriate opportunity to do so. Mr Speaker, there are two matters that I wish to raise. One is regarding closure motions and the other is regarding calling for party votes. And specifically, I'm referring to Standing Order 1371. Now, in that standing order, sir, it specifically prescribes what is required when a question is being put around or should be considered around a closure motion. And in that, in standing orders, it quotes what is required. Now, last evening, the presiding officer at the time indicated that it doesn't need to be exactly accurate as outlined in standing orders, but it just needs to be there or thereabouts insofar as the presiding officer understands the intent of the motion and therefore can proceed. Now, that is a significant departure from what is outlined in standing orders. Now, sir, I'm not asking for you to rule on that now, but what I am asking is for a commitment to report back to the House to provide absolute clarity. In the absence of that, it is possible that a new Speaker's ruling would be created that is counter to standing orders, which is, I don't think, in the interest of anyone in this House. The second point is in regards to calling for party votes when there is a motion to recall the Speaker. It's not my intention to dispute the decision that was made around the Speaker. I think there's a fair bit of reflection being made around the House at the moment. There was one instance in the previous Parliament where that was voted against. That was wrong, should not have happened. And I'm hoping that there was one in the previous Parliament. There's now been one in this Parliament. I'm hoping that the House can decide that we'll call it even, we'll go back to the convention in regards to motions to recall the Speaker. However, what is of concern, sir, is the decision that was made in committee that a party vote would not be put. So the motion was made to recall the Speaker. The government members voted no. A party vote was called and the presiding officer did not allow that to happen. Now, that is actually also counter to standing orders. The process for dealing with a motion to recall the Speaker, Standing Order 179, doesn't indicate that there isn't to be a party vote. So in the absence of any specified information about that, the only option that we've got is to go back to Standing Orders 1421, which quite clearly outline the process for a party vote to be considered when it is called for. And so there is nothing else in standing orders around that. That is the only thing that we can go for. So, sir, all I'm asking is a commitment for both of those points to be reflected on by the Speaker's office alongside the Clerk's office and a report back so that the House is very clear around the process on both those things.
Mr Chair, but all of the points that were just made are actually irrelevant because the clerk certainly, I just want to make the point, and accept absolutely it's your decision, Mr Speaker, but the point of order was raised by the opposition after the chair had decided to commence voting. Voting had commenced, and the opposition disrupted that not once but twice. They disrupted it first when they were of the view that the question hadn't been completely put. It had been mostly put, but not completely. There were 2 words from my recollection they were missing. And then the chair then put the vote again, accepted a full closure motion with full wording, and then the opposition disrupted that again with a point of order. So they disrupted the vote twice. So everything that followed, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest is irrelevant.
Of events, I've got 3 points here, and the rest of the points we can go back and reflect on that. So just to the points from the Honourable Kerry McNulty, he is correct, but in the heat of the moment, the exact words might not have been gotten right, but nothing has changed. The exact words of Standing Order 137 should be used. And just to acknowledge that there is a long-standing custom of the committee agreeing to recall the Speaker's rulings 81(2). It is not an absolute right, but would be unfortunate if it was opposed and will likely slow down committee stages. So just to note that as well. And there should also be no need for a party vote because the recall should be agreed to. Where it's not a party vote, it is the way to decide it. And also to note that the presiding officer who was here in the chair at the moment is having discussions with parties as well. And so in terms of the points that I have talked about just before, that has taken care of some of the issues. If there are other prevailing issues outside of that, we will get back to you. I now call the Honourable Louise Upston. Speaking to the point of order, Dr. Lawrence Zunan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify one particular point that the previous person, Joseph Mooney, has mentioned in terms of the voting process. I wanted to get clarification from you, Mr. Speaker, that in the context of that, when a vote is called, but prior to the vote being called, a point of order was raised, but then because the mic wasn't on and the presiding officer couldn't hear it, in those circumstances, would a point of order that was raised be considered before or after a vote has been triggered? Because I don't think it's entirely accurate to say, if we go back and look at it, the video from last night, that when that was done, we deliberately and explicitly mentioned to the presiding officer at the time that the point of order was raised prior to the vote being called, but the presiding officer couldn't hear properly because there was a lot of other noises around the presiding officer at the time. So just want to get clarification from you, Mr. Speaker, on in those circumstances, in that particular context, when the point of order is raised, would that be considered prior to a vote, or we assume it's after a vote has commenced?
Just take some advice on that. Sit down. Look, just to note for the House that these issues are done. I have made a ruling. There are extra things that may be addressed, but that can happen outside of these chambers. If you do have extra points that need to be revisited, we can do that, but it's not enough to actually hold up the business of the House. I call the Honourable Louise Upston.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Social Assistance Legislation, Accommodation Supplement and Income-Related Rent Amendment Bill be now read a third time. Our government is working hard to ensure our welfare system is sustainable so it can continue to provide assistance to those in need. This bill will recognise payments from all borders when assessing a person's entitlement to housing subsidies and other forms of income and assistance. This will help to ensure that taxpayers are not subsidising the same accommodation costs twice. Currently, payments from the first and second border are disregarded when assessing housing subsidies and other forms of income-tested assistance under the Social Security Act 2018 and when calculating a social housing tenant's income-related rent. Currently, only payments from the third and subsequent borders impact a person's income for the purpose of calculating entitlements to assistance under the Social Security Act 2018 unless the contributions received are the person's main source of income. For social housing tenants, only contributions received from the third and subsequent additional residents count towards their assessable income when calculating the rate of income-related rent, unless the contributions received are a person's main source of income. This bill seeks to amend the Social Security Act 2018 and the Public and Community Housing Management Act 1992 and associated regulations to ensure all board payments are treated in a similar way to all other forms of income. Mr. Speaker, I want to quickly outline the key proposals. There are two key policy changes. The first is recognising that housing contributions received 62% of payments from all boarders when assessing their entitlement to housing subsidies, and the second to treat housing contributions from boarders that exceed the total allowable accommodation costs or the market rent applicable for the social housing property as income for any other income-tested assistance that uses the Social Security Act 2018 definition of income. The bill also includes other amendments aimed to improve the implementation of the policy proposals. These include defining boarders in the Social Security Act 2018 for the purposes of accommodation supplement, and if a person is not identified as a boarder, they will be treated as a renter. Enabling a new disputes process for when the information provided by a person paying board or rent and the person receiving the board or rent doesn't match. Making the accommodation supplement no longer a discretionary payment. And specifying that the portion of a property that a person lives in that is used for their business will be excluded for accommodation costs. This bill implements changes that are based on common sense and fairness. As this bill goes through its third reading, I want to reassure members of the House that the changes proposed in this bill will only affect those who receive board payments. It will impact those people who are currently at an unfair advantage compared to others who receive another form of income, and these changes will address that inconsistency. Most people who receive housing subsidies will not be impacted at all. I do want to thank the officials who have worked on this very important piece of legislation, which is part of this government's commitment to ensuring our welfare system is sustainable and focuses its effort on assisting those in need. The changes in this bill should be seen in the context of how other forms of income are treated when calculating housing and income assistance, and all income from every boarder and every renter from now on will be considered, which is only fair and reasonable. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Willie Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, another shocking piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, from this government. You would have thought that after the rotten week that they've had, that they might have had something nice for New Zealanders, but it's just they just keep piling it on, and it's been. I mean, as I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, look at the news, look everywhere. Even their most ardent supporters are putting the boot in because it's an uncaring, insensitive, punitive government that is going to get its comeuppance in about 16 months, might only be in about 3 or 4 months the way they're going, because New Zealanders have had enough. Mr. Speaker, this appalling amendment attacks the infrastructure of renters who have a boarder with them to cover costs and will only serve to take money from the poorest renters. The amendment will attack solo parents. It'll take from the disabled. It'll negatively impact Māori, Pacifica and working people the hardest. The exemption of the first two boarders, Mr. Speaker, was to encourage better utilisation of state housing and encourage beneficiary households, particularly sole parent beneficiaries living in larger state houses, to take on a boarder or boarders, to just offset some of the costs. So, there was some thinking, Mr. Speaker, behind the previous policy, unlike this policy that penalises people and is going to again affect our community terribly. What this government now wants to do is bash that infrastructure and take money directly out of the pockets of beneficiaries and sole parents at the same time as this government announces more punitive welfare sanctions. Where's the regulatory impact statement on this legislation, Mr. Speaker? There wasn't one because this government doesn't care. It will hurt the poorest renters hardest. I'm worried, Mr. Speaker, and I think our team here and the opposition here, Greens, Te Pāti Māori, ourselves, right through this process, at the lack of voices here to speak what the amendment will be like in practice, because they have not been given that opportunity. It is, we talk about democracy, but the people who are being hurt don't get the chance, don't get the opportunity to vent their views to this government. For many, they're just keeping their heads above water, Mr. Speaker, forcing them to include the first and second border for the purpose of their housing allowance will push many of them under. It's not just the lack of voices or regulatory impact statement that concerns me, though, Mr. Speaker. It's not just that we're robbing the poorest renters to balance the finance minister's budget. Well, let's be clear. She has been very clear, Mr. Speaker, that she will throw New Zealand women under the bus in terms of getting her budget out. She doesn't care. She doesn't care about New Zealand women. She doesn't care about New Zealand workers, Māori, disabled, whatever, anything to get their budget out. And it's about priorities for the government. And we, when I say we, our communities, Māori, Pacifica, disabled, people at the coalface are not a priority with this government, Mr. Speaker. In terms of this amendment, it's the draconian nature of this amendment that I find most offensive. They sit there over there, Mr. Speaker, they think, oh, it's so simple, we just balance the books of both, it's the numbers. But MSD, as has been particularly pointed out by our Green MP over here, who's certainly got a lot of background in this area, he identified, and I agree, a discrepancy that will give the boarder and head tenant a day to explain. A day to explain, and if MSD is still not happy, they'll suspend the boarder's housing allowance and the head tenant after just 10 days. MSD then allows for 8 weeks of suspension, followed by cancellation of all housing allowances if they're still not happy. Oh, that's a great way to treat our community. It's an incredibly punitive approach to a system that's been in place, Mr. Speaker, since 1992. Yes, that's right. Jim Bolger. They cut his throat too, didn't they? Poor old Jim. He come on our side in the end, didn't he? Yeah, 1992. So just another attack. This is another attack on renters, and the government just can't pretend that it isn't. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. My fear, Mr. Speaker, is that this has been designed to catch as many out in as short a period of time so that MSD can disqualify them from the housing allowance to make their numbers look good again. It's always about the numbers. It's never, Mr. Speaker, about the people. Karen McAnulty knows this. We're looking for... Here's the thing with this side of the House. While they're ticking their boxes, and Tama Pōtaka and Chris Bishop are going, oh, we're doing really great in the emergency housing, Karen McAnulty's looking for the people. Where are the people, Mr. Speaker? They're out on the street. We've got homelessness at its worst in decades, all because of these punitive, disgraceful policies from this government. Oh, we've got Bush stands up, Chris Bishop. Oh, yes, the social housing emergency. Oh, it's all a load of rubbish. Lies, Mr. Speaker. Karen McAnulty's on to it. We're going up to Rotorua on Monday. We're going up there, we'll talk with the people up there, talk about the lies coming from this government in terms of social housing, emergency housing. They're ticking numbers and they're putting people out on the street. Putting people out on the street. We've seen, it's just a stunt. We've said that the emergency housing is a stunt, pay parity is a stunt. Well, it's not a stunt, it's real. But it's part of their stunt. It's part of their stunt. Their stunt is we've got to pay for our rich mates. We've got to look after our mates. We've got to look after our mates. That's what it's all about. Change the rules, catch as many people out to disqualify them, and then claim the problem is getting better because there are fewer people receiving the benefit. We know the strategy. This isn't social policy, it's punishment for needing help in the first place. Mr. Speaker, they're taking from the poorest renters, excuse me, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they're taking from the poorest renters while creating a punishment regime that will automatically suspend payments within 10 days of notification. This will lead to tenants unable to pay their rent and will see them pushed out and homeless, which will be even more problematic because the government has just slashed the emergency housing budget as well. It's just a flow on. Why such draconian measures? Why does the government keep punishing good Kiwis? Kiwis at the coalface, working class New Zealanders, Māori, Pacifica, disabled. It's like, right, we can save it. Let's just cut that lot off. Some of these MPs over here should be ashamed of themselves. Remember over there from Takanini, you should be ashamed of yourself. Takanini should throw you out. Throw you out. You've forgotten your people at the coalface. You're a disgrace. Mr. Speaker, we know the Māori wardens. They give the Māori wardens a few peanuts. They give them a few peanuts and then they take $1 billion out of the Māori budget. But here's the thing, Mr. Speaker. David Seymour says there's no such thing as Maoris. I don't believe in Maori budgets. And the other side of it, this lot can't stand up and say, you're wrong, David. They say, yes, please, David. No, David, keep kicking us in the guts, David. And he rolls out his stupid latest regulatory bill. That's a disgrace. And they're a disgrace. Just back to the bill. I need to get back to this bill. And as I said, that MP for Takanini, she should stand down. She should stand down. She's feeling so guilty at the moment. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I want to just wrap up and say our community deserves support. What is clear from this legislation that as far as this government is concerned, disabled, Māori, Pacifica and working class renters requiring housing allowances are not part of a community they want to support. Labor speaks against this amendment because it won't help the poorest renters. It will cost them, it will punish them, and it's going to come back on this government over the next 16 months. Kia ora no tātou.
There's only one way to explain the intent of this bill, and this is because Minister Louise Upson's heart is rotten to the core. This is because how else can you explain a government? How else can you explain a government?
Point of order. Justice Manning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been a very long-standing principle for this place that members should not make statements that reflect poorly on other members of the House, and that certainly did, Mr. Speaker, and he should withdraw and apologise.
I'll just take some advice on that because there's been a lot of statements that have been thrown around on the House just in this morning. So this is how I'm going to deal with this. It is a line call about whether that is a poor reflection, but I would invite all members from now on to really think about their comments. And the further note that I would have as well, that interjection should be rare and reasonable, and we don't want an ongoing barrage and commentary, despite some members clearly enjoying that. That is certainly not the experience of all members, though. Is that a point of order?
I continue.
Ricardo Mendes March.
I meant what I said. When I said that the government's heart is rotten to the core, and this includes the ministers. Because how else can you explain 14,000 plus people being left worse off as a result of a bill that will strip many low-income people from the accommodation supplement and the income-related rent subsidies? All for what? To pay for tax cuts for the wealthy few and the fossil fuel industry. Shame on this government. The minister thinks that voters are stupid because she completely omitted details of the bill that will increase hardship for people, that will leave people needing emergency housing, hardship grants, and other forms of temporary assistance. She did not mention this once. And all the while we've been trying to raise this issue to the government members, they've been laughing away because poverty is a laughing matter for members of the government. Shame on the government members who, through urgency as part of this legislation, have decided to throw thousands of families deeper into poverty to pay for tax cuts for the wealthy few. We deserve much better. The people in public housing who were living on the streets and in emergency housing deserve better. We need a government that is committed to taxing the wealthy few fairly so that we can have thriving public services, not a government that is slashing and burning our public services, making the lowest income workers pay for the tax cuts, including some of our lowest paid women and some of the most undervalued professions. And if you don't believe me about the impacts of this bill, you just got to look at the analysis made by the government ministry that talks about the disproportionate impacts that this bill will have, about how Māori, disabled, the old will be paying a disproportionate price in this bill. They will be left reeling because on average, people will be paying over $100 much more each week as a result of this bill. This shows that this government is deeply unserious about addressing the cost of living crisis because none of them have dared in their contributions to face up to the fact that this bill, as explained by the government's own analysis, will leave accommodation supplement receivers paying $100 on average extra each week. All the while, people in social housing affected by this bill will be on average paying an extra $132 a week extra. That is the difference between people being able to put food on the table and pay their bills. But they seem to be completely out of touch. And for all the performative outrage for people like Joseph Mooney, who talks about having lived poverty, clearly he decided to turn his back on the very same people he claimed to represent and belong to. So easy to do when you spend hours and hours on the Kota Lounge talking to people who simply are not reflected on the bill that is literally criminalizing people in poverty, because the advice on this bill has told us that this bill will literally criminalize people because it will encourage people to have to lie about who they have as boarders in their house, and that in and of itself could lead to fraud investigations and literally people being burdened with tens of thousands of dollars in debt or literally facing prison time. Shame on this government for pushing through a bill that does nothing but increase poverty, nothing but increase inequality, nothing but disproportionately affect Māori, the disabled, Pacifica, and the working poor. This government has completely described this bill factually incorrect, either by choice or because they chose to not read the bill, because I haven't seen any of them honor the communities that will be disproportionately impacted by this. None of them. They talked about fairness. Fairness to them seemed to be giving more money to the wealthy CEOs and then leaving over 14,000 people way worse off. $100 less each week may not mean much for the privileged members on the other side, but it is literally a lifeline that is lost for families in public housing. But this is all part of the plan of the government members to drive people away from public housing and onto the streets, to undermine our public housing stock. Because we've seen how the government as well is building less public housing. We've seen how the government is investing less on the very few supports that still exist for homeless people, and yet is completely happy to drive people away from their homes and onto the streets without then creating a lifeline. It would have been fair if the government had said, we're making changes to how people who have borders can access the accommodation supplement and the income-related subsidy if they had introduced an alternative. But there is none. So that means that on average, this government is leaving those families paying an extra $100 to $130 plus on average each week. And in fact, if you have 3 borders, the difference now will be over $200. We've got to remember the history of why we had a bit of reprieve for people who had at least 2 boarders in their home. And that is because historically, over 30 years ago, it was acknowledged that because of the neoliberal reforms of the 80s, that meant that public housing tenants could be left paying market rent, that we needed to support people like sole parents who often were living in public housing without other people with them, therefore paying additional costs and without the support systems. This is why we had that reprieve for people with to at least 1 to 2 boarders. It was to support them, and the rug has been pulled under them. All for what? To give more money to the tobacco industry, to the fossil fuel industry, to the mining industry. Shame on this government for pushing through these changes or for the complete inability to address the harms that this bill will create. Not a single one of them have talked about the communities who this bill will be affecting. They've been so much busy posting on Instagram about the performative work because for them, and many of them, particularly the list MPs from the government side, the one job is to heckle, the one job is to create, speeches made by ChatGPT instead of engaging with the communities that they are harming. I think our communities deserve far better than this. This bill, as I've spoken to, will create negative material impacts on people and the front line. They don't even seem to care about the MSD staffers who will now be in charge of administering this bill. They don't seem to care about the MSD staffers, Mr. Speaker, because the advice from MSD themselves talked about how this bill will increase friction at the MSD offices. It could literally put MSD staffers at risk because of that increased friction. So they do all this performative outrage, when there's a lockdown of the MSD offices about how much they care for the safety of MSD staffers, but then they're quite happy to rush through pieces of legislation that literally increases friction of the MSD offices. And I wish all the outrage and heckles on the other side would be about the poverty that this bill is creating. But it is an outrage driven by the fact that they seem to be offended by the facts that this bill is increasing poverty. I wish they were outraged about poverty. I wish they were outraged about inequality, Mr. Speaker. I wish they were outraged about the cost of living crisis. But instead, all we get is performative outrage. And when it comes to the communities that they're harming, they turn their faces back away from the streets and onto this echo chamber, and instead they would rather create imaginary characters in their head, beneficiaries, as Nicola Willis has described, playing PlayStation all day, when she has not taken her time to, for example, meet with people on the benefit who have been negatively affected by this government's actions, including the bill in front of us. We could have heard from boarders, from people who have boarders, from low-income public housing tenants in a select committee stage period, but instead, they decided to introduce this bill under urgency, even though they knew that they were going to do this more than a year ago. So they decided to do this more than a year ago, and yet they didn't honor the democratic process of actually putting this bill through adequate scrutiny, which shows that this government doesn't want to face the truth of thousands of people in public housing and unaffordable rentals telling them to their faces about how they will be left worse off. They are literally scared of facing the communities that they're harming. They're scared of being told that they're leaving people homeless. They're scared of being told that they're leaving people in debt. They're scared of being told that they're increasing hardship. They're scared of disabled people on the supported living payment, telling them that they're going to be facing additional barriers to simply keep a roof over their head. They're scared of the scrutiny they could have faced on this bill, so they would rather push it under urgency. Because this is a government scared of owning up to the voters that they have chosen to harm, that they have chosen to literally push to the streets, all for what? For the wealthy mates. We deserve a government that taxes the wealthy few and funds adequate public services so that we can have public housing for all, free ECE, free dental, and the things that our communities need to thrive. We will make sure this is a one-term government so that they cannot continue with this harm.
Dr. Pamji Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member in his concluding remarks said that we will be leaving people in debt. But if you listen to that, Mr. Speaker, they will be piling debt on the whole nation. Each and every individual, not some people, Mr. Speaker, that he thinks we will be living in debt, because this bill is not leaving anybody in debt. This bill is not leaving anybody in debt. And we want to see that our nation is not piling more and more debt for each and every individual. And that's why we are responsible towards each and every dollar that we spend. Mr. Speaker, I want to make it very, very clear that there was opportunity available to members of the opposition in the committee of the whole House, but it was quite unfortunate to see that so much of House time was taken and so many of their amendments were deemed out of order. There was that opportunity for them to put amendments through if they wanted to, but they didn't know what they wanted to change in this legislation, Mr. Speaker. That was very clear last night in the committee of the whole House. And now, Mr. Speaker, we know that this bill is to fix the double subsidy issue that has been spotted. And we want to see that everybody gets a fair deal. And we also know that not everybody in a state house can have a border because it depends on the size of the house, it depends on their own needs. And so this bill is also going to bring fairness to everybody in the state houses as well. And to Mr. Speaker, stand up and justify that it's okay for people to receive subsidy twice for the same accommodation. I don't know how they justify that, Mr. Speaker. Justify, because these people, those who are in state houses, those who are receiving accommodation supplement or receiving benefit, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that they are in that state only for a little while because they are working hard as well to get out of that state, to get back into employment, to earn enough so that they are independent. And because they have been through those phases, they realize the importance of each and every dollar that the government spend. And I'm sure these people also will appreciate this legislation going through, making sure that each and every border's money that comes to the State House is taken into consideration. And it's going to be a very fair deal because it is going to take into consideration each and every border at the same level. And another thing which this bill does is it clarifies the difference between border and renter. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a very thought-through legislation. ACT Party supports this legislation. Thank you.
The Honourable Jenny.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pleasure to stand on behalf of New Zealand First in support of the social assistance legislation, Accommodation Supplement and Income-Related Rent Amendment Bill. I'd just like to acknowledge the Honourable Louise Upston, the Minister who has brought this piece of legislation to the House, because she wants to achieve a sustainable welfare system to enable us to continue assisting those in need. This piece of legislation ensures there is fairness across the whole housing allowance space, so ensuring greater fairness in regards to those accessing housing support. A duplication of housing allowance, well, this will eliminate that. So two people in the same house claiming accommodation supplement. We need to ensure there's fairness. Taxpayers fund all housing support, so this will ensure some fairness through that. And just noting the Green member who resumed his seat about accusing the government of performative outrage, well, I think that he needs to look in the mirror. Faux outrage, absolutely. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Maria Meno Kapakini.
Mōrena e te pika, mōrena e te katoa. Te tuatahi mihia tuki tā tātou nau whānau kei tūranga wāwai marae, Mr. Speaker. Today, 30 years ago, signing at Tūranga Wāwai. There's a beautiful photo of Te Aotearoa Kahu, Mr. Bolger and others celebrating. So he kaupapa nui tēnā. And I start my contribution today with that in mind, because here we are today fighting about, or listening to government's stand to maintain poverty. And in fact, let's put more belts and braces around it so we keep it exactly the comfortable and way in which we want it. I recognised last night some of the speeches, and even again today, not a single piece of real intelligence, understanding and appreciation of how this affects Māori children, Māori hapu, iwi, not sincerely and not really. When the Minister talked about this agnostic, well, she didn't talk about the concept, she used the word. The danger about such words is, first of all, this then imposes that religious thinking. I'm not quite sure. She didn't explain what she meant in the context, except when you say those sorts of things, what you were saying is, if you're agnostic, anything goes. The opposite is true, then anything goes. And if anything goes is based on very fundamental racist way of thinking, living and being comfortable, then this is the kind of rubbish that you end up with. But I do want to congratulate the government for their persistence to showing complete disregard and disinterest and this word, disdain. Because if you don't ask whānau, what are you scared of? What are you scared of? That you might have to change your mind? That you might be convinced that whānau, hapu, iwi communities know, understand and have their reality and able to share it. So why wouldn't you open this process up and do that? And the only thing I'm left with, really, is that you care not, though you might write and talk about it as if you do. But it is a complete fake. It is a complete fake. And but here's the other probably perverse but good thing. Everybody can see you. Everybody can feel you. So keep going, tātou mā, because in the next round, you will be gone and we will be here. And so, yeah, get yourself ready for that. Okay, bark up, boys, bark up, boys, bark up, boys, keep going. We're used to it. So I did hear also last night this whole thing about double dipping, Mr. Speaker, and again, it's such an old and false perspective, because double dipping used 20, 30, 40 years ago, while I've been in this whole sector, and today still assumes that there's enough. There's enough, so don't you dare double dip you and your family of 7 kids. You're just getting through. So how dare you double dip? You can't double dip, actually, if you've got sweet, not a lot to work on. So what you then end up doing is having to work and at times, absolutely, manipulate so you get even the crumbs. So what I hear often, and disappointingly but not surprisingly, is a huge ignorance and misunderstanding. But when you have an already always listening about brown people, when you have an already always listening about lazy Māori brown people that just can't get up and get off the couch, you are fed a terrible, terrible lie. And when you are comfortable in that kind of understanding, you will end up with this kind of rubbish that has got and let me tell you, there are many a Māori iwi, marae, hapu that have got their plans, they've got their strategy, they've got their whānau plans. But what do you think? You think you know better. Well, shame on you. You don't know better today, and you won't know. And I suggest that Māori mā, go back to your marae. Hoki koe ki tō marae, me whakaronga ki o koutou whānau I ia marae, I a hapu. Mena, if you were to do that, you would be better off. Just in the first instance, you would be better off, you would be formed. Don't depend on the Māori sitting next to you to think that's enough. Do your own work. Kia ora tātou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Green Party in opposition to this bill. This bill is about greed. This bill is about stealing from children, from disabled people, and from our elderly. Tax-paying New Zealanders. While the changes proposed were described by the Minister as narrow, and they may appear minor or technical, the consequences are serious. What's being packaged here is an adjustment to housing support policy, is a targeted cut to people on the lowest incomes, people already struggling to stay housed and fed in Aotearoa. This legislation reverses a long-standing and sensible approach taken by the Ministry of Social Development. For over 30 years, MSD has excluded income from 1 or 2 borders when determining eligibility for the accommodation supplement or income-related rent. That approach has helped countless households make ends meet. It has encouraged people to share their homes, ease the living costs, and even reduce the pressure on public housing. But now, this bill proposes to treat those border contributions as income, resulting in reduced support for those who host even just 1 or 2 borders. The outcome? less housing assistance for people who are simply trying to manage in an economy where the cost of living is skyrocketing. And let's not forget who we are talking about. These people are doing everything they can to stay afloat. It is hard being poor. People with no safety margin, rent, power, groceries, these costs are going up, and this bill chooses to take even more away from those already falling behind. This is not about preventing abuse of the system. It's about penalising those who open up spare rooms, build community, make ends meet, and support each other. It's about clawing back entitlements from people living below the poverty line. In the evidence which we got, the advice we got from MSD, it showed us the people who are going to be the most disproportionately impacted. Māori, Pacific people, our kaumātua, disabled people, young people. It was really telling, the engagement from the government members when they got engaged, when they only felt personally offended. Well, I feel offended for the disabled people, for the young people, for Pacific people, for Māori people, and for our kaumātua, people who we should be helping to have everything that they need to live a thriving life. That's something that we can have in this country. We have enough wealth. We are a country of abundance, but we are choosing, in this government is choosing to choose greed and cruelty over the country that we could be, one that cares for people, one that cares for our environment. At the Green Party, we believe in supporting people, not punishing them. We believe in a welfare system that enables people to live with dignity, not one that punishes them for finding ways to manage within a broken system. If this government is genuinely interested in fairness and efficient housing policy, it should begin by lifting support levels that reflect real living costs, not by cutting assistance to the very people this support is meant to help, like children. And I hope that the government members have read their own child poverty report, because it is grim, and this is going to affect children. It is going to push more children into poverty, and it is just not okay. We cannot support this bill. It punishes people for sharing their homes. We urge all members of this House to reject this harmful and short-sighted bill.
Joseph Mooney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Rise to speak on this. We've heard a lot of hyperbole and frankly nonsense from the champagne socialists on the other side of the House, Mr. Speaker. But what is this bill about? It's actually about the government paying twice for one room in a house. That's effectively what it's about, Mr. Speaker. And that's for boarders. It doesn't do the same for renters. This government takes taxpayers' money seriously. We take the responsibilities to spend that money wisely. We want to help people in difficult circumstances. We want to give them a hand up, Mr. Speaker. We don't want to give them a hand out. We don't want people stuck on a cycle of poverty for their entire lives. So we want to help those people, Mr. Speaker. We are not going to triple the debt like the last government did. We're going to spend it wisely. I commend this bill to the House.
Helen White.
Speaker, when I was going to law school, I'd come back from overseas and I went to live in Hamilton because I was at Waikato Law School. And I lived in a garage of a woman who was a solo mother. She had 2 kids, she was working, and I don't know whether she actually had an accommodation supplement. But if she had one, under the law as it was then, she would have been able to have me there as a boarder and not declare it, and it would have given her a little bit more money. So I got something out of it. I lived in the garage. And actually for Joseph Mooney on the other side, that woman today wouldn't need anyone to be double dipping to miss out on what she got back then, if that was the case. So the woman who does that now, she's a caregiver and she's earning minimum wage. This government decided not to give her the rise it should have given her, which would have kept pace with inflation this year. That was the priority of this government. It didn't give her the minimum wage. It also took away her pay equity claim. That's what it did this year. And in addition to that, it said, oh, you're getting an accommodation supplement. You're working. You're not able to make ends meet because the wages are so low, but we're going to take that off you to the extent of $98 a week this year when things are this bad, when cheese costs this much, when butter costs $7, $8, sometimes $11 in the shops for butter. And I'm told by the other side, who apparently are connected with human beings, Costco. That's what they scream out. Costco. That's what they scream out. I would like the government to take this seriously. It is not a case of some glib comment across the round. Today we have a debate about taking $98 off someone like the woman I've described. There will be thousands of women I've described across this country who are in this situation, and it is time to take this seriously. It is not a case of screaming out Costco, because that is the kind of judgment that has been going on underneath the surface of this government for a long time. It is always the person's fault who's in that situation. I have described to you today a woman who was very real to me. She was a lovely woman. She had instant coffee, she had a microwave, she had a beautiful little puppy dog. All those things are the actual hallmarks of working class New Zealand. Good, solid working class New Zealand. And today we decided that we were going to take off good, solid working New Zealand solo mothers, what even in the 1990s they didn't do. They decided that was a bridge too far, but it isn't for this government. Because what's happened in between is the gap between rich and poor is so extreme that many people on the other side of this house want to talk about tall poppies. They don't want to talk about battling New Zealand. Battling New Zealand, who are getting on with it, and what do they get? A kick in the guts from this government today. And so I hope all the controversy about dragging this bill out and trying to get the most we can out of this situation, the fight that the opposition put up, I hope it's seen for what it is. It's a fight for the working class of this country who have had a really rough time. And this government promised it was going to help them in a cost of living crisis. Instead, it takes $98 off women like that. It takes it off them every week. It makes it harder for them to live, and then it blames them and tells them they can go to Costco. That's what this government said to people today, and their sniggering continues on the other side. We are here for those people. We are here. We are not going to say that it is wrong to have a border in your house. We wouldn't do it to ourselves, and we're not going to do it to the rest of New Zealand. That is not the way forward to a decent New Zealand. It is time that we start to see how alienating it is for people. We have people who the report into this bill calls marginalised. We have people who are really harmed here by this legislation, and we need to take it seriously. And we needed to hear from them. Frankly, we needed, Mr. Speaker, to hear from those very people, because it is our obligation to listen to them before we make stupid laws. And this is a very stupid law. This law is not going to achieve anything but further pain for people, because as the report points out, what most people will do in that situation is they'll just stop having borders. They won't be able to afford to have a border. Think about the discussion we had in this committee stage about the 62% of that is going to be taken off every border situation. When it was suggested by me that some people, bless their cotton socks, might have somebody live with them for other reasons than money, and they might say, look, you can live here for $50 a week. They still lose 62%. of that because apparently the minister says she's agnostic, which apparently means heartless, unthinking, and basically stupid. It's not a very good piece of law. It's a stupid law.
Point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I refer you to Speaker's Rulings 45.2, which says members should address each other in a courteous way, and references to the mental prowess or lack thereof of a particular member are inappropriate.
Point taken, Madam, and it's not something
I understand. I understand. It is actually okay to call a policy stupid.
And that's what I was trying to do, and I will rephrase it.
To a member.
Oh, okay.
I want to make sure that I am clear. I think this is a stupid policy, and I think the mentality that says when asked a question, that's a very valid question.
A point of order,
Speaker,
Todd Stevenson.
The member should withdraw and apologise for her reference to the minister, which was very clear. Then she can criticise the policy.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, I'll make it absolutely clear. I am talking about the policy, and I'm talking about the thinking that gets to the policy and the lack of debate. And let's just extrapolate. The thinking isn't just of the minister. The thinking is of the government. And let's just be very clear. Now, I think people on the other side of the House know that I do not tend to attack people personally, and I'm not doing it here. I do not. And what I am talking about... Sorry, Madam Speaker. Thank you. What I am talking about is a way of thinking which the government is guilty of. Because when I put a question about... I am getting a lot of heckling, Madam Speaker, and I'm finding it really hard to give my speech because there is a constant barrage.
Point of order, Kieran McAnulty.
I apologise to the member. However, this is getting out of hand.
It is getting out of hand. I've only just resumed the chair, and I can see that.
I know. This is in no way your fault, Madam Speaker, but this has been building for quite some time. And presiding officers throughout the morning have warned both sides to keep it down a notch. And frankly, some of the comments that have been labelled towards Helen White during that contribution are very much out of order. And it's building both sides up. So I think, given that we're likely to be here until midnight tonight, some clear expectations set out to the House would be useful.
Excellent. Point noted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to come back to the injustice of not bothering to think about the people who will be caught up in this situation and hurt by it. So I have given an example to the House. Somebody is charging somebody $50 to live in their house. They're charging them $50. Under this law that we passed today, 62% of it goes straight out the door. It goes straight out the door. And yet, it's probably costing them double that in terms of food and electricity, etc. When I have put that matter to the minister, I was met with complete disinterest, and I was told that the policy is agnostic. Well, our job is not to be agnostic. Yes, we have systems to run. Yes, there are hard calls to make. But our job is to listen to our communities and to reflect that in decent, humane policy. And so when a minister refuses to listen to those things and change them, when we are adopting policies that do not work for ordinary New Zealanders, and in fact, depress them, take them down, make it harder for them to move through into a place of independence. When we do that, we do real harm. And we are responsible for that harm. And today we put something through which hurts a lot of people that could have been made better. It could have been made better by a bit of time in a select committee, listening to the people who were impacted, listening to all voices. And we could have got it right. But instead we're putting through a law that probably won't work because people will simply no longer have borders because they cannot afford the risk and it is not worth it to them. When who were they hurting? And I absolutely categorically, I totally reject the idea that this is double dipping. Anyone who gets a subsidy from the government gets it because they need it. The fact that two subsidies end up in the same household, that is not double dipping. Double dipping, as has been pointed out earlier, is when you do something like make sure that landlords have interest deductibility, but don't tax them when it comes to the profit that they make out of a rental property. That's double dipping because you're giving them two bites at it. You're letting them have their cake and eat it too. In this situation, there's no double dipping. We just have two people who deserve our support who are getting it, but not today. It's over for them. Shame on this House.
Paulo Garcia.
Madam Speaker, the bill is very straightforward. It addresses the situation where a person who receives border payments themselves apply for accommodation supplement. That they are to be assessed for their eligibility and to be assessed for the rate of accommodation supplement they are to receive. What this bill doesn't do is mislead the public, and what this bill doesn't do is encourage and further entrench dependency. I commend this bill to the House.
The Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishnan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a mean-spirited bill. The member opposite says that it doesn't entrench something. What it does entrench is poverty and inequity. It is mean-spirited because it penalises people who are already doing it tough for taking on borders. Now, some members opposite in their contributions have said this is about fairness, it's about fixing an anomaly in the legislation. It's not. This policy of disregarding contributions received from one or two borders when calculating someone's entitlement for housing subsidies and assistance has been in place since 1992 for a reason. It was designed to be an incentive for people to take up borders. So it's not something that people were doing incorrectly or wrong. It was actually designed to support people to take on borders, to ensure that other people had a home, and that the money that they were paying would then offset the increase in costs to the person who was taking on those borders. So let's not dress this up as something that is fair, Madam Speaker, which is what members opposite are doing. It is unfair. It is penalising people for doing something that ultimately is good. Because there is a difference between renters and boarders, and that is actually acknowledged by other government agencies. So perhaps members opposite should look at that. The rental, the income that comes from someone who rents is treated very differently already under the law than people who contribute as boarders, because that is not just about renting a space. It's about offsetting the increased costs that the person who rents out or shares their space will incur from that. So this is not an anomaly that needs to be fixed. This will lead to an increase in homelessness. Let's not pretend about that. Not one member opposite has mentioned the fact that this will make things harder for a number of groups of people. That is not an opinion. That is in the official analysis of this bill. Disabled people, for example, have limited choice when it comes to accessible housing. Many disabled people have limited choice because their caregivers live with them as boarders. These are the very people that this bill and this government is punching down on further. So let's be very clear about that. That is in the politically neutral analysis of this bill. So what is this ultimately? There's a line in that analysis that says this policy change was a Budget 24 cost savings initiative. That's ultimately what it is. So it's clawing back 150 million from people who can least afford it because of the decisions that this government has made in successive budgets. That's what this bill is about. It's in keeping with what they've done so far, which is taking money away from underpaid women to balance their budget, to make up for their decisions, to subsidise landlords, tobacco companies, to pay for their tax cuts that they promised on their campaign when they were campaigning to reduce the cost of living, which they have failed to do. It is to subsidise offshore oil and gas giants, as we've seen through Budget 25. This is a government that has failed on their promises that they campaigned for. And what are they doing instead? Clawing back money from the people who can least afford it, whether that's underpaid women, or in this case, all of the groups, Māori, Pacific, young people, old people, disabled people, those who are already struggling, those who are being given an incentive to take on borders and to make ends meet, those are the people who will be impacted negatively as a result of this bill. And all we've heard from the other side is arrogance, frankly, and it's been pretty disgusting. We've seen the smirks, we've heard the laughs coming from across the House from those members because they don't seem to care. Not one person has acknowledged how much harder this bill is going to make life for those who are already struggling with the cost of living. But keep going, because there's a pattern and everyone can see what this government is ultimately doing. Fail on your promises and then take it from those who are already doing it tough. And for all of those reasons, Madam Speaker, and the reasons that this side of the House has clearly laid out, as this bill has been rushed through all stages under urgency, we do not commend this bill to the House.
Call the Honourable, Dr. Hamish Campbell.
I rise in support of this bill. It's a necessary change. Its purpose is to ensure fairness and prevent the double subsidisation of housing costs. Now we have heard about penalising renters. Let's talk about that. Under the last government, there was an increase on average of $180 a week in rent. If we look across the country, that is $5.3 billion that they took out of the pockets of renters. That is a fact. Under this government, we've seen an increase of 40% in listings of rental properties, according to Trade B data. We have seen the highest level as a percentage of first home buyers for decades. That is what this government is doing, getting the finances of this country under control. We don't suggest titles of bills called with moolah in them. We take this seriously. We don't trifle with the House like the opposition does. Therefore, Madam Chair, I commend this bill to the House.
Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's the first opportunity I've had to take a call on this bill, and Madam Speaker, I want to talk to some of the impacts it's going to have on my community. The first comment I want to make is that this bill is a mean-spirited little bill that's been snuck through the House under the cover of darkness during urgency, and it hasn't had the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to go to Select Committee, which means that people who are actually affected by this bill haven't had an opportunity to come to the Parliament to put their views to MPs to ensure that a bill like this actually is fair, because it's not fair, it's not a fair bill. And when I was doing my reading of the bill prior to putting my notes together, I did take a look, Madam Speaker, at the explanatory note, and I think it's worth noting to the members over the other side of the House that this policy was actually introduced in 1992. And who was in government in 1992? The National Party. And here in the bill it even reads, I'm just going to read it out, it was intended to encourage better utilisation of state housing, i.e. occupation of empty rooms, and encourage beneficiary houses, particularly sole parent beneficiaries living in larger state houses, to take on a border or borders to offset some of their costs. And so in the context, Madam Speaker, of the nation's housing crisis, it's important that we actually look at what will be the unintended consequences of a bill like this. What it will lead to is higher costs for those who have a boarder or people not taking a boarder on in the first place. At the moment, the situation we're facing, and I mean, I just want to note, Mr. Campbell, you did have an opportunity to take a 10-minute call. It was less than a minute. Well, yes, you did. You had opportunities to speak for 10 minutes. You've obviously got something to say.
Order. We don't want conversation across the House.
But he's heckling me, so I'm just responding that he's obviously got something to say. It is within the rules to respond to a heckler. He took about a minute. He had 9 minutes where he could have said all this, that he's, it was a 5-minute call. Okay, it was a split call. So you took 1 minute of your 5 minutes. I withdraw and apologise for getting my timings wrong.
Point of order, Joseph Mooney.
She got her timings wrong.
Yeah,
it was 5 minutes, not 10.
Yeah, so basically what I was saying was that he had 4 minutes that he didn't use, but instead he's decided he's just going to shout at me. So if that's how you want to behave in the House, that's up to you. So, Madam Speaker, just coming back to the bill, we'll tell you about Nelson Hospital. Fewer beds. We'll run out of beds. We'll run out of beds in about 5 or 6 years, and we're going to have to come back and build the large building. You cancelled the large building that Nelson needs. It's a disgrace. So don't believe the spin that your ministers have given you, because they're wrong. It's a disgrace. So, Madam, the Mayor had 30 years to get their hospital built, and he didn't. So anyway, Madam Speaker, I'll come back to this bill, which is really important for Nelson, because we have a policy in Nelson set up by the wonderful people at Nelson Women's Centre called Home Share for Her, which runs across the Nelson Tasman region. Home Share for Her, what it does is it matches a woman, normally an older woman who is living in their own home or renting a home, and often it's a larger property, to take on a boarder. And so one of the things that we find in Nelson is we do have a growing and ageing population, which is why we need more beds than what National have promised. One of the things is that women are often living in their own homes that might have an extra 2 or 3 bedrooms. They want to, stay living in their own homes for safety, to help reduce costs, for companionship. And so what Home Share for Her has done is allows a matching process between those women and then women who are single, who might be working, studying, or not able to afford their own home. So it allows, coming back to the purpose of the original policy, greater utilisation of that home. And so it's a great scheme, and it's allowed matching between these women. What this policy will do for any of those women who are receiving an accommodation supplement because they might still be paying their mortgage and be on the superannuation, or be living in a rental, that's going to increase the cost for those women. So it actually has an unintended consequence and has a poor impact on those. What was that? Sorry, yeah, I think it's intentional too. And
I'll just remind the member again not to engage across the House.
Madam Speaker, I understood under standing orders that you can respond to heckles. I think that was all right. But Madam Speaker, one of the issues in Nelson as well is we have seen an increase in homelessness, and we've seen through the ending of some of our emergency accommodation provision a growing number of people living on the streets. We've also seen, as part of that, unfortunately, a growing number of women living on the streets. And one of the things around how women present through homelessness is it's often a bit different to how men present. Often women will end up sleeping rough on someone's couch in a garage, potentially with children. They're not necessarily sleeping on the street, but the homelessness is still there and present. And so that's one of the things I love about this Home Share for Her policy that was set up by this group of women, was that it both served the older women who were wanting to get greater utilisation of their home, and then it also supported those women who were on a low income, unable to find a home. And so what this bill is going to do is add costs to those people. It's going to add costs to those women, and it's potentially going to disincentivise the number of people living in those homes. The other thing that we face in Nelson, which is really specific to this bill, is we do have a lot of state houses that do have 3 to 4 bedrooms, where we have a really high need for 1 and 2 bedroom properties in Nelson, and that's shown on the housing register. We had begun building those 1 and 2 bedroom properties. We had got quite a few built, including the one recently finished on Waimea Road, which has 29 one-bedroom units in it, which is fantastic. But some of those future properties have been cancelled, those builds. So there was one in the inner city that was going to build another 30 or so one-bedroom homes that would have served particularly our older population, our disabled population, very, very well. That build has been cancelled under this government, and so we're seeing the latest release of information from the Nelson Tasman Housing Trust saw the highest ever housing need from people who are in that space where they might not qualify to go onto the housing register, but they do have a housing need in terms of being on a low income. So they've seen a real spike in numbers, unfortunately. And so when you have a place like Nelson, which is one of the most unaffordable regions in the country after Queenstown, when you compare income against rent, and a real squeeze on housing because we do have a growing number of people choosing to retire into Nelson, what we see is a real lack of access to housing. It is a real issue in Nelson. It has been for some time, and the option to have people boarding is a really, really good solution, and it happens a lot in my community. And so my biggest concern here is that we're going to be penalising people on low incomes who have looked to say, I'm going to take on a boarder. The other area where it can impact is those who are taking on students, so they may have a student come to study at NMIT, for example, take on a boarder because they might be an elderly person who's looking to supplement the income on their rental property. Making those kinds of decisions is going to become less attractive to those people, and so it's going to limit the amount of housing supply we have, because in a place like Nelson we need to look at every single opportunity. There's going to be if you look at social housing, around 6,200 households across the country have boarders. Those people will have to find around $132 more each week towards their income-related rent. So that's a significant amount of money for people in a time when, alongside the housing crisis, you actually have a cost of living crisis. The 8,200 households who receive the accommodation supplement are going to be affected, and 7,000 of those people will have a reduction in support from the Ministry of Social Development. So this bill should have gone to Select Committee, Madam Speaker, and to pass it like this when it had actually been put in place during the budget in 2024 just shows a government that can't actually line its ducks up properly to actually get a bill into the House at some point last year, put it through to Select Committee so that those people who are affected, so that the government members who have been shouting at everyone but not taking lengthy calls, so choosing to shout instead of listen, actually hear the real impact of this bill, and I do not commend it to the House.
Call Greg Fleming.
Nōku te maringa nui te tū, hei tautoko I tēnei piri ki te whare. Kei te mutunga o tēnei kōrero poto, ka puti tātou I tēnei piri. Nā tōku whakapono I te whakaro nui o te nui nā ona mema o tēnei whare, ka whakamanatia I tēnei piri. He piri pai, he piri whakaro nui, he piri ātawhai. Nā reira, kaua roa ake tōku whakatatari o tēnei kōrero, o tēnei poti, ka tūtohu ake atu au tēnei piri ki te whare.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti kore I whakae.
Members, the ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to.
Social Assistance, Legislation, Accommodation Supplement and Income-Related Rent Amendment Bill, third reading.
Madam Speaker,
Honourable Louise Utstone.
I present a legislative statement on the Social Security Mandatory Reviews Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament's website. Honourable Louise Upston.
I move that the Social Security Mandatory Reviews Amendment Bill be now read a first time.
The question is that, sorry, after you.
The Social Security Mandatory Reviews Amendment Bill amends the Social Security Act of 2018 to introduce regular reviews of specified benefits, including the accommodation supplement. MSD does not always have the most up-to-date information about clients and they therefore may not be receiving the correct assistance. To efficiently implement the Borders Contribution Initiative and the legislation we've just passed, MSD must have up-to-date information on how much clients are getting from Borders, particularly to ensure correct entitlement for the accommodation supplement. The mandatory reviews that will be introduced through this bill provide an efficient mechanism to regularly gather information about contributions from Borders and other client circumstances. MSD will be required to review specified benefits at least once a year. These reviews will confirm that clients are receiving the correct rate and are still eligible for the benefit. The specified benefits this requirement will apply to, in addition to the accommodation supplement, are the supported living payment and disability allowance. The changes will also apply to the emergency benefit when the expiry date is beyond 52 weeks or if there is no expiry date at all. Finally, the changes will also apply to people receiving New Zealand superannuation with a non-qualified partner. This is a grandparented assistance that will not affect the vast majority of people who receive superannuation. These changes will mean that more clients will have to engage with the MSD regularly to keep their circumstances up to date, including information about board payments. The bill does not introduce an onerous process for clients and they will be able to choose how they respond to the review. These changes will lead to more clients being paid the right rate of benefit. This will reflect their correct entitlement and will reduce the accumulation of debt over time, which is an issue I know members from the other side have been concerned about. Similar to the changes that I have recently introduced through the 26-week reapplications, when a client has already confirmed their circumstances are correct through another engagement, MSD will not be required to review their circumstances for the 52 weeks. This bill will also enable MSD staff to prioritise supporting clients into work. Some aspects of the process to confirm a client's circumstances will use automated decision-making. I want to speak about the limited use of the automated decision-making. They are firstly notifying the client that they do need to confirm their circumstances, then continuing their benefit if a client confirms the information MSD holds is correct, or stopping the benefit if a client doesn't respond to the review before the deadline. Automated decision-making will only be used for review-related decisions that do not require the use of discretion or human judgment. Madam Speaker, there are several final points I want to emphasise to the House. Firstly, these reviews are different from the reapplication process for job seeker support or sole parent support. Clients will not be required to submit full reapplications for their assistance. They will simply need to confirm that the information MSD holds about them is correct. Secondly, for the avoidance of doubt, medical reviews are not tied to these reviews. Clients will be confirming aspects of their life such as contributions from Borders, income, living arrangements and whether they have a partner or children in their care, not their disability or health condition. They will not be required to seek additional medical certificates as a result of this bill. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to emphasise that this bill does not change any rules regarding eligibility for these payments. It simply creates a more efficient mechanism to apply existing rules. Madam Speaker, many New Zealanders would be surprised that this review is already not in place, and it is critical to the successful implementation of the Borders contribution changes. It will also contribute to a more proactive, efficient and accurate welfare system. Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to.
Kia ora, Madam.
I call the Honourable Willie Jackson.
Kia ora, Madam Speaker. Sorry about that. Again, here we have yet another attack from this government on the poorest and most vulnerable Kiwis. It's deja vu. It's been, as I said earlier, Madam Speaker, it's been a terrible week for the government. And now here we are on Saturday. They're hoping that most New Zealanders are not watching this. But people are aware of what's happening in terms of this kaupapa. We don't believe the cruel sanction process alongside this bill will help the welfare of any... I said we don't. I'll do it again just for you, Mr. Mooney. We don't believe the sanction process alongside this bill will help the welfare of anyone impacted by it. All right, so it's about you can't sort of. Oh no, it's all connected, Mr. Mooney. It's all connected. You know, we've got deep. You see, you just think, oh, there's just sanctions here and nothing's connected. Everything's connected, and we've got incredible misgivings over the sanctions process. And what this mandatory review amendment does is speed up, just for you, Mr. Mooney, speed up how many times people on welfare face those harsh sanctions. See, that's the connection. Just for you, just for you. Research. Oh, look, I know it's hard for the other side to understand, but research cited in the regulatory impact statement highlights that these sanctions may increase mental and physical health problems, including substance abuse and poverty. So speeding up how many times people face those sanctions will exacerbate those social stresses, something I think that this government's incapable of comprehending. Because of constant public service cutbacks, MSD doesn't have enough staff to process these claims. We've constantly, Madam Speaker, cited this. Every 6 months, which will require AI automation of eligibility, which the Privacy Commission has concerns about. Concerns no one is listening to. In terms of our policy, we've seen example after example of government policy that is bureaucratically obtuse and creates confusion and punishment. And that's again the problem with this. There is a confusion amongst people at the coalface. They don't know where to go to. They know that MSD are concerned, but MSD don't have the capability, Madam Speaker. And for example, by halving the review time for job seekers and their partners, this government will continue along the way of threatening and bullying people and then immediately sanction them. So this isn't welfare policy. The government are actively making the process, and here's the point, they're actively making the process of getting welfare, Madam Chair, as difficult as possible. We want a simple process, and the reality, difficult as possible as unemployment continues to grow. Where are all the jobs for those who are being thrown off welfare? That's what we're asking. They're setting up job seekers to fail because they don't want to help them, I think, Madam Chair. I think that's the problem. Don't want to help them in the first place. In terms of getting beneficiaries into work, of course we all want that, and I appreciate the Minister wants that too. So we to achieve that, we must have simple policies, simple ways for our people to access their needs, to access support. That's not the case here. Benefit and job seekers numbers have risen significantly under this government as a result, obviously, of worsening economic conditions, and the government has to take responsibility for the consequences of those actions. In terms of this mandatory reviews amendment bill, we obviously oppose it because it doesn't help job seekers, Madam Speaker. It just punishes them. It's the continuation of the punitive style and process of this government, something that we will turn around when we get that opportunity back in government. We will bring in a more embracing style, and I'll go on record again today as saying that Labor totally opposes this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Ricardo Menendez-March.
If the Minister was actually serious about improving the accuracy of MSD entitlement assessments, she would be investing in the front line and supporting them adequately, rather than continuing to undermine them and pushing through more and more decisions to a computer system where there will be less accountability should it not adequately calculate benefits. This is part of a plan to cut the lifeline for countless of people so that the government can meet their 50,000 target of less people receiving income support, not about people getting basically more support or getting into employment. And Joseph Mooney says that, I don't know what I'm talking about, Madam Speaker, but I really would invite him, because he did it in the previous debate, to actually tell us about the substance of this bill and who this is affecting the most. Last debate, he didn't talk about how this bill would affect more, the previous bill would affect people in hardship. So I welcome him to do the same. And I say this because, as the Minister said, and she's basically opened up for us to link those two together, she said this bill was integral for her to meet the intent of the previous bill, which does what? Leave 14,000 people worse off, between on average $100 each week to potentially $200 worse each week. But, these so-called mandatory reviews, they're also an excuse to basically punish people and strip them of their benefit, particularly for those on the supported living payment, who then will be left off again in hardship, because we know that disabled people are more likely than many other groups to be living in poverty. The child poverty reports tell us exactly that being disabled is actually one of, unfortunately, and it shouldn't be that way, it's one of the basically largest reasons why somebody could find themselves in poverty. Not because of the disability, but because of political decisions being made to strip away support for disabled people, to scapegoat them, undermine them, discriminate them, instead of allowing everyone to have the life that they need. This bill introduces mandatory reviews for things like the supported living payment, the emergency benefit with an expiry date beyond 52 weeks or no expiry date at all, the accommodation supplement, and this is where the Minister tied in the intent of tying this bill with the one that we just passed, and the disability allowance and the New Zealand superannuation with a non-qualified partner grandparent. The thing is, should this review happen, and I think particularly for the supported living payment, it makes very little sense since they already face a 52-week review anyway, so it just kind of feels like duplicating things, and people find themselves receiving less. The reality is that just means that they will be pushed deeper into poverty. People in the supported living payment, for example, they're not living a life of luxury unless the Minister somehow thinks so. And if these mandatory reviews find disabled people earning less each week, I don't see anywhere in this bill any provisions that take into account, for example, people's hardship, well-being, the likelihood of them becoming homeless before, for example, the machine, the computer, puts them in a disadvantaged position because we know right now, due to the inaccuracy of benefit entitlements, some people are getting more than what the system may prescribe. And you know what? For those people, I welcome that. They should be getting roses and bread and far more. because the so-called overpayments they're receiving, they're not making these disabled people live a life of luxury. They may be allowing them to adequately be able to afford their rent or food and pay and keep a roof over their head. I'm really concerned that the broadening of the automated decision making, and I think it's also really intellectually not transparent for the minister to not have told us that this was her intent when in the Social Security Amendment Bill, which allowed for the broadening of the use of automated decision making, that this is what she was planning to do and to use automated decision making for. I think this reeks of a government that is hoping no one will be paying attention to the bills that they're pushing through with urgency. Why? Because they haven't told us about the real negative impacts on families as a result of the Social Security Mandatory Review Amendment Bill and the Social Security Legislation Accommodation Supplement and Income-Related Rent Amendment Bill. We look forward to scrutinizing this bill and putting forward amendments that mitigate the harm that the government is planning to inflict in our communities. Shame on the minister and this rotten to the core government for pushing through legislation that harms our most vulnerable.
The member's time has expired. Pamjit Pama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm taking this call to support the Social Security Mandatory Reviews Amendment Bill on behalf of the ACT Party. Madam Speaker, we support this bill because this is actually bringing a proactive approach in our social welfare system. This approach is to improve accuracy of information that MSD holds about different people on different kind of benefits, those who receive assistance from the state. And there is nothing wrong with making sure that the information that is held by MSD is updated time to time to ensure that it is accurate and to ensure that people, those who are getting assistance from state, are getting the right kind of support. And I do not understand, Madam Speaker, that why somebody would oppose our state Ministry of Social Development holding correct information about people, because this bill is not about people getting more or less assistance. This bill is about ensuring that people are getting correct level of assistance. There are cases where people sometimes forget to update their circumstances, and it could be that because of the change of their circumstances, they will need more support, and it is quite possible that because of the change of their circumstances, they will receive less support. But that needs to be reflected in the information that MSD holds about each and every client. And so this bill is about ensuring that, and it brings a proactive approach from MSD that the information will be reviewed every 52 weeks. It also allows, because human lives are complex, we all know that, Madam Speaker, and it allows for exceptions, it allows for exemptions, it also allows for extension of the review date. So, Madam Speaker, it's a good bill. We support this bill. Thank you.
Tanya Unkovic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand on behalf of New Zealand First in support of the Social Security Mandatory Reviews Amendment Bill. Now, Madam Speaker, what this government does is when we identify that there is a problem or an issue, we go ahead and find a solution for it, and then we implement it. We do it efficiently, we do it quickly, because we want to run an efficient system for everyone. Now, Madam Speaker, what this amendment bill does is it amends the Social Security Act. So there have been areas that have been identified that can be tightened. It's important that you continue to review controls and systems to ensure that everything runs smoothly, efficiently and effectively. That is what this government does. We do everything efficiently, even deliver our speeches in the House, Madam Speaker. I commend this bill.
Madam Speaker.
Mariamino Kapaki.
Morena, Madam Speaker, tēnā koe. So how might I start this? A society, Madam Speaker, will be measured by the way it treats its women, as it should be. A society must be measured by the way it treats families that are in genuine need and at risk of further harm. I dread that this, not only this, but it's the package of these bills that all come to, I think, a really dead end, sadly, and dead end for the most vulnerable. So I dread that it's doomsday. When this next layer, I don't know, I can hear some sort of like moaning to the left of me, but if you just pause a second, what I'm expressing is that when you package all of these ideas up, which are fundamentally about prejudice plus power, which can only equal racism, which is at the core of the way in which the thinking goes, and therefore bills that look like this. Homelessness is soaring in Tāmaki, and it's like a 53% increase in the last quarter. How does this help? Not a single way. Surveillance and control is another part of what I'm hearing and reading with this particular bill. But it's masked, and I just heard the term efficiency, right? And as if this is the space where efficiency is the most necessary and required. Efficiency when there is suffering, families are suffering genuinely and they're vulnerable and they get the least of the big pie, and that's where you want to surveil and that's where you want to control, and then you pretend that it's called efficiency. What a lot of nonsense. But those are the drivers, in my view. The other part that I think is a slippery slope, which is this automated decision-making idea. So, and I agree with just one of the previous speakers, human lives are complex, it's very true, and they are dynamic. So why on earth do you think that an automated system is going to appreciate those very special things about being human after all? So, but it is a very slippery slope. So here's the thing, just gets, if you have to use an automated system, why would you do that? Let's just get some people into jobs so they can make those decisions. Why would you use a blinking machine? What is wrong with government? Why don't you just like automate it? Why would you do that? Do we not have enough people that need jobs? I mean, like, let's just think about that. So here we go. And the other thing that I do want to impress on, particularly on the people of my left, if they were just to, shush it, is to say the traffic lights system, also the sanctions and that idea, it's straight out of Squid Games. It's straight out of Squid Games, Madam Speaker. So too bad if you're on the red light. Too bad about that. So I do want to make these points. They are serious, they are real, and they matter. They matter in the places and in the spaces in which I live and work in and know and love and respect. And all of this, when you package it all up, it is bad to be brown, and there is no way we support this. In fact, I would condemn it, and if I wish I could just stand up and rip it up right now. Kia ora tātou.
Joseph Mooney.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on the Social Security Mandatory Reviews Amendment Bill. Madam Speaker, this is very simple. It introduces a requirement that the Ministry of Social Development must review a client's eligibility and rate of a specified benefit at least once every 52 weeks. Madam Speaker, that is to make sure that they are getting the right amount of assistance that they are entitled to. It's a very simple bill. It's quite amazing to hear the lack of quality of contributions from the opposition. And Madam Speaker, this also introduces a little bit of more automated decision making. And honestly, if that's the quality of debate we get the opposition, we need maybe some more automated decision making from the other side of the House as well, Madam Speaker. I commend the bill to the House.
Okay.
Helen White.
Thank you. I think that's a really interesting reflection on what's going on in the government, that a person complains about the quality of your speech while speaking for, I think it was about 30 seconds. And they're actually the lead on the select committee that would have dealt with this. So the amount of actual knowledge that is being accumulated by that kind of superficial approach worries me. So what I want to talk about is this bill itself, and I dispute what the member just said the bill does, because this is the problem definition in the regulatory impact statement. To implement the budget of 2024 cost savings initiatives to recognise housing contributions from all borders in the assessment of housing subsidies, The Ministry of Social Development must be able to confirm the client's circumstances to determine whether contributions from boarders should affect the client's rate of housing subsidies. Except it goes on. Basically, it says the only way that we can find out if people have boarders is by bringing them in once a year and checking that with them. That's what we're doing today. It is not about equity. It is not about making sure they're all right. It's not making sure they get all the right things or fairness. This is about making sure that everybody who receives any kind of subsidy from the government is hauled in and has to disclose that information so that the government can capture the information about borders. That's what's going on here. And it was such a big task because we're talking about a whole huge range of New Zealanders now, because everybody who has an accommodation supplement, all these other groups, and we'll talk about them in the committee stage, are going to be covered. All these people who really they're on benefits for life for reasons like disabilities or accidents, etc. All of those people, they're all going in the door once a year. All those working New Zealanders who are working as our caregivers, because they are on minimum wage and can't make ends meet and get an accommodation supplement, they're going in there as well. That's all happening so we can capture the information about borders, so we can take $150 million off them in a 3-year period. Make no bones, that's what this piece of legislation is about. It's very much connected with the last piece of legislation we saw. We wouldn't be doing it without that happening. So I just simply dispute the reasons given on the other side, and I would ask people to think very clearly about what the purpose of this legislation is, because that's why you're going to see a tough fight today from the opposition. The reason we're going to fight hard for ordinary New Zealanders is this touches the lives of so many people that we didn't impact in this way. We didn't put them into a situation where every year they were going back because it seemed inhumane or unnecessary, and we tried to have a light touch. But actually now we're going to grab them and tell them they have to come in to see someone every year because we want the information about how much money we can claw back from them. That's what's going on. Let's not forget it. The people who will be affected are people who are listed in the legislation itself. And they include people on supported living payments, people on emergency benefits, people on accommodation supplements, disability allowances, New Zealand superannuitants with a non-qualified partner. Those people will all be hauled out into the office once a year. We'll talk about automation in the committee stage, but right now I just want to set the scene. This is a 5-minute speech, and it's really important New Zealand understands what it's about. It's about taking money away from people in a cost of living crisis, the very people who can least afford it. It is as important as the bill before because it's the mechanism to do it. And so expect a bit of a fight today, because we're going to be giving you one as opposition, because we're standing up for ordinary New Zealanders who are doing it tough. This government promised them it would help them. It has done nothing but harm them, and this bill does that too.
Paulo Garcia.
Madam Speaker, the Social Security Mandatory Reviews Amendment Bill is exactly that. Mandatory reviews every 52 weeks for beneficiaries to confirm that their circumstances have remained the same, that they remain eligible, and that their eligibility gives them the right assistance. Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Priyanka Rahakrishnan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're here now to consider this bill, which basically amends the Social Security Act 2018 in order to allow the Ministry of Social Development to use an automated decision-making system to review the specific benefits that people receive and to be able to take action once every 52 weeks, once every year. So that's a couple of things that this bill does, and really what it aims to do that for is to then ensure that MSD can put in place and make decisions on the previous bill that we've been debating in this House, which is to ensure that those who take on boarders then have to have that, I guess, the money that they get from it considered as income and then taken into consideration when their assistance and benefits are then considered. So this bill gives effect to that previous one. And one of the things that I wanted to raise about this bill, Madam Speaker, is the fact that when I get correspondence largely from disabled people, and they will be impacted by this bill, one of the things that's often raised with me is just how onerous it is to constantly justify the benefit that you need. And this is a bill that will impact those on a supported living payment and a disability allowance as well. I do, however, want to just take a minute to clarify what will be within scope of the mandatory reviews, because I know that there's angst out there. This is, again, going through all stages under urgency, which means that people, members of the public, will not be able to submit in the way that they otherwise would have through the select committee process. And one of the main issues is when disabled people have to constantly justify that they still have their disability through medical checks. And I do want to just point out that this bill doesn't require them to do that, because I know that there is anxiety out there. I see in the RIS, in the regulatory impact statement, that it says all mandatory reviews for clients will not include a review of their health condition or disability, and that is a good thing. However, there is a huge amount of stress that people, particularly disabled people, go through when they have to constantly go through the motions of justifying the benefit that they need. And this bill will contribute to that. So I will just point that out, that I don't support it from that point of view as well, because it's just more onerous for people who are on a supported living payment or a disability allowance. And the RIS states that this would include reviewing approximately 100,000 people on supported living payments and 125,000 clients who get the disability allowance. So we are talking about a large number of people, just those who get those two specific benefits. And that it will require them to confirm the information that MSD currently holds about them is true and accurate, and that will impact their benefit eligibility and their rate. So it will add to the anxiety that people are already facing. The other point that I just wanted to make that is laid out in the RIS is the assumptions around both the accuracy and MSD's social license to be able to use the automated decision-making system. And it says here that there are assumptions that this automated decision-making system will create more positive outcomes for clients. In general, ADM is intended to ensure that people receive all the assistance that they're entitled to by removing the human element, including inconsistent eligibility information and any unconscious bias. However, it also removes the human ability for discretion as well. And it says here, however, depending on the design of the algorithms used, it is possible for the use of ADM to entrench existing inequities in the welfare system, as these can be built into data collection, and that is worrying, Madam Speaker. The RIS also goes on to say that there's an assumption that MSD has the social license for machines to make decisions. It's assumed that the widespread use of ADM outside of MSD may mean the public would expect and even support it to use it within the welfare system. However, this has not been tested, and it goes on to say that there's been no public consultation on this, and as I said at the start, Madam Speaker, there is no ability for members of the public to submit because there is no select committee process either. And for all of those reasons, Madam Speaker, I don't commend this bill to the House.
Tim Costley.
Madam Speaker, this is a fantastic budget with more money than ever before for healthcare, more doctors, more nurses, after hours and live-in, health shuttles for kapiti. There's more for education with teacher aids and learning support. There's funding for defence, there's support for seniors and better savings in KiwiSaver.
Costley,
This bill delivers more support, makes sure people are getting the right amount they should be, and I commend it to the House.
Oh, very good.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote is called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
It's in favour.
New Zealand First.
Favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti kore e whakai.
Members, the ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to.
Social Security Mandatory Reviews Amendment Bill, first reading.
This bill is set down for second reading immediately.
Madam Speaker,
The Honourable Louise Upston.
I move that the Social Security Mandatory Reviews Amendment Bill be now read a second time. This bill seeks to amend the Social Security Act to enable regular reviews of some benefits. The bill will ensure more clients are paid the correct entitlement by introducing a requirement that MSD must review some specified benefits annually. The specified benefits are notable because they do not expire. Without the requirement to reapply, some people receive these benefits for many years without the need to contact MSD. In this speech, I want to touch more on the nature of the reviews and how they will operate. The only reason a client's payments would change as a result of this bill is if something has changed that affects their entitlement, like their income, for example, since they last confirmed their details to MSD. As a result of these changes, it is possible that some clients will see their payments increase. For example, they may have additional costs relating to their disability that is not reflected in their disability allowance because they hadn't informed MSD. It is also possible that some people may have a reduction in their payment rate or lose entitlement if they are no longer eligible. The process is very different to a reapplication, which is required for people seeking the job seeker support and sole parent support. Clients will be given at least 20 working days notice of the review. MSD will present the information it holds about clients to them, and all they have to do is say whether or not that information is still correct. If the information is correct, their payments will automatically continue. If the information is incorrect, a staff member will work with the client to update their information and confirm their new entitlement, if any. Clients will be able to complete their review through various channels, and they can request support from MSD if it's needed. If a client doesn't respond to the review within the given time frame, MSD will stop their benefit. They will have further time to respond. If they do not, their benefit will be cancelled and they would need to reapply. Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is the motion be agreed to. Honourable Willie Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, quite obviously we don't agree with the motion, and another kick in the guts for people at the at ground level, Madam Speaker, and it just continues this afternoon as a continuation of that. I thought I'd read a couple of things that some of our very learned people out in the community are saying. The Salvation Army, for instance, Madam Speaker, re-automation stated that automatic decision-making cannot account for the complexities we often see in the individuals we support, such as financial hardships, ejections, mental health or unstable living conditions. I would always think that you would take into account the Salvation Army's recommendations, given that they're pretty much a political organisation, work with whoever the government is, do some sterling work in our communities, and so that's a group that you should be listening to. the Law Society, Madam Speaker, they say that this raises significant concerns about how the use of automated systems will apply where the sanctions provisions involve some sort of evaluative judgment, for example, those relating to money management and community work. And so, you know, these types of views and recommendations have to be put into perspective. The WEAG report, Welfare Expert Advisory Group, 2019 report made the recommendation to remove the requirement to reapply for a benefit every 52 years. MSD is expected to provide full and correct entitlements through regular reviews at least annually. So I want to commend the previous Minister, Carmel Cipollone, because we were certainly on track in terms of some of that work. Madam Speaker, the regulatory impact statement alone shows that the government should not have proceeded with these changes. The RSI for this bill highlights one of the consequences may be that MSD will have to direct more resources towards compliance and therefore away from employment initiatives. And the other side of it is we don't, with respect to our MSD staff, some of them are so busy with their administrative work, they won't be able to apply the time needed to actually roll out some of the changes that this government wants. So the reality is they'll have to literally put less resources into helping beneficiaries into work. And surely that's where the time should be spent, that's where the priority should be, Madam Speaker. Research also cited in the RIS highlights that sanctions may increase again. That's always, I know the other side say, oh, this is not about sanctions, this is all about sanctions. This is what, oh, here we go again. I'm going to have a cup of tea with Mr. Mooney. I'm going to have a go. Mr. Mooney, Madam Speaker, we're going to have to go and have a cup of coffee because clearly he does not understand.
Lunchtime's coming. That sounds like an invitation.
Yeah, he can buy me lunch, Madam Speaker. He can buy me lunch because, you know.
Now we'll go back to the bill.
Going back to the bill. But as I said, research cited in the RIS highlights that sanctions, again, and I keep saying it, may increase mental and physical health problems, including substance abuse and poverty. The RIS highlights that previous work, Madam Speaker, on reapplication showed that cancellations of the benefit as part of the reapplication process often led to a new application, suggesting procedural denials rather than ineligibility. The RIS also highlighted that focusing on those close to return to work via case management was almost certainly to the detriment of long-term beneficiaries. Madam Speaker, I think damning job seekers and their partners with needless bureaucracy that will be managed by a faceless AI program as if their disability has magically healed since you last asked them is not the track or the way that they should go. Apparently Elon Musk, a great supporter of the National Party, is concerned about AI, but apparently MSD and this government are not. Despite concerns, Madam Speaker, from the Privacy Commissioner, who's really come out on this. The Office of the Privacy Commissioner has requested the inclusion, and Mr. Mooney will know that, of the following comment. Privacy Commissioner was not consulted during the policy development and non-financial section initiatives were not traversed as required by the Cabinet Manual. Automated decision making can provide significant efficiencies, but we also know from overseas experience that it needs to be used judiciously, I should say. Madam Speaker, judiciously with care to avoid privacy and other judiciously. How's that sound? Is that a bit better? You want me to say it in Māori for you? I'll say it. No, I won't, because none of you understand Māori, so it's you're a disgrace to the country in that area. You already know that. So where's your one Māori speaker? Oh, he's gone. But I would say that. Oh no, where's Greg? Oh no, he's gone too. So never mind. But
no, you can't refer to who's gone. You.
My apologies, Madam
you.
Speaker. My apologies, Madam Speaker. The government wants to wants AI to find ways to sanction job seekers. It's not going to be used to help them find jobs. That's the problem here. The use of AI and technology, it's all fine, but how are you using them? Using that. You're using that against people at the coalface, people who should be supported. Penalising them with sanctions that remove their agency of spending money with a money management scheme that makes it impossible, as we've highlighted through this process, for beneficiaries to pay for rent, for power bill, for kids' school uniforms, or the ability to buy kids' uniforms, is a terrible way of working. This isn't welfare reforms, Madam Speaker. People are seeing what they're seeing from this government. It's like a campaign against the vulnerable. It's like a campaign against the poor for having the temerity to ask for help from their government, Madam Speaker, who've purposely crashed the economy and pushed the unemployment up higher. We know this to be the truth. We know this to be the truth. Purposely crashed, and then, Madam Speaker, blaming Labor for everything. That's the strategy. Oh, it's Labor's. Everything is Labor's fault. Well, the government, that's what they're saying. But we know that the tide has turned. The tide has turned, and with the recent attacks, Madam Speaker, on women in this country from this government to subsidise their budget. What an embarrassment that was the other day, that you had the Minister of Finance, Madam Speaker, admitting the Minister of Finance admitting that they had to throw women under the bus to get the budget out. $12 billion taken off women just so they could get a budget out.
I'm just sorry, Mr. Jackson, to interrupt, but I'm hearing calls from the other side of the House specifically asking where a person is by their first name, and it's not appropriate. Please stop.
Oh, okay. My apologies again, Madam Speaker.
No, not you.
Oh,
no,
not me.
Not you.
Okay.
No.
I knew it was
You're
them.
doing fine. You've got 1 minute 23
I knew
left
it was
if you
them,
wish
Speaker.
to take it.
Oh, I knew it was them. It's probably Chris Bishop's fault, Madam Speaker, no doubt about it.
No,
it wasn't Chris Bishop's fault. Okay.
No, it wasn't Chris Bishop.
Okay.
Carry on,
Okay.
otherwise you won't have 1 minute.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. But this bill, Madam Speaker, is another shameful bill, though, from Chris Bishop, who drives the ship, and it's another punch down in terms of beneficiaries and our community. Why did you do this, Mr. Bishop? Why did you sacrifice women? Why did you throw them under the bus for your budget? Why did you let David Seymour embarrass you? I know he's one of your best mates from way back, but you still shouldn't have let him embarrass you like that. I was looking at a photo of you and David in the old days. You know, you looked a bit younger then. But why did you?
About the bill?
About the bill? I thought I was on the bill. Anyway, all I want to say, this is yet another bill, Madam Speaker. This is another bill that we oppose because we have got the right strategies for our people. We are sick and tired of the punitive, harsh, cold, ruthless strategy from Chris Bishop and his national government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Ricardo Menendez-Marsh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's really clear that the government has decided to let beneficiaries eat coal, because the savings produced by this budget are coming for some of our most vulnerable and poorest communities out there. The government has chosen to target low-income renters and people on the benefit to save a substantive amount of money. If we look at this bill, what we do know is that the government will be saving over $200 million in savings over the next 5 years due to the 225,000 clients being reviewed. What we also know is that despite what the minister may say and may claim, that the regulatory impact statement has warned the minister that actually, and I will quote, that, and this is around improving accuracy. She talked a lot about in her first reading speech about how this will help improve accuracy because right now, almost half of benefit entitlements are incorrectly assessed. And that is in large part due to the stresses that the frontline is facing. The minister is quite happy to offload this to an algorithm, and the rest told us, however, depending on the design of the algorithm use, it is possible that for the use of automated decision-making to entrench existing inequities in the welfare system as these can be built into data collection. So what we do know is that there is the potential for harm in this piece of legislation. The government, as usual, didn't allow for adequate consultation to happen because they're so arrogant that they think that they can just ram this through, scared of facing up to the communities that this could be negatively affecting. I challenge the minister to release the information to guarantee to this House and for us to have an adequate, robust debate at the Committee of the whole House on the algorithm that MFC will be using to assess and evaluate the benefit entitlements of some of our most vulnerable, most at risk of homelessness, most at risk of hardship, most at risk of violence, communities impacted by this bill. And it's important as well, and I challenge the minister to release the regulatory impact statement, which is basically the only document that we've been given to, see the analysis of the Ministry of Development in relationship to this bill, to release it unredacted. They've covered up a bunch of sections of the regulatory impact statement, which means that they're preventing adequate scrutiny in relationship to the legislation. They should give us the whole document completely unredacted so that they can be held to account for the decisions that they're making, because it is the most vulnerable people who will be subjected by these 52-week reviews. And I know that the member before me called these benefit sanctions. They are benefit sanctions by another name because it's another tool for the Ministry of Social Development to deprive people of income support. If people do not comply with these reviews adequately, they will be stripped of the income support. That's a benefit sanction by another name. It's another tool for the minister to meet her target of 50,000 people, less people on the benefit. It's not about 50,000 people into work, out of poverty, just 50,000 people who are not receiving income support. This bill will help her meet her target of punching down on those who need support. I think the minister was afraid of, once again, being told by people on the benefit that their experiences with work and income have not been positive. In fact, not just under this government, but throughout decades. We have had the Welfare Expert Advisory Group tell us about the many challenges in relationship to the culture at work and income, the challenges that people face. Under this government, we have seen reports of an increase in decline in hardship grants. We have seen reports of an increase in declines in emergency housing grants. And now we have a bill that under urgency that does not guarantee a material benefit for our communities doing it tough, but instead offloads work from the front lines onto an algorithm without a guarantee of having positive impacts on our communities. This is all part of a plan to offload and under-resource the frontline at the work and income offices, pass things either to the phone line, to my MSD, or to a faceless algorithm at a time where people are reporting they're waiting, for example, hours to get to someone on the phone at MSD, or waiting days, sometimes weeks, to get a face-to-face appointment. The minister also hasn't outlined what the so-called potential safeguard mechanisms are for someone to challenge the findings of the algorithm and the automated decision-making in the analysis given to us. So, for example, there are supposed to be options that someone who's receiving income support can say that they state that the information presented to them by the automated decision-making systems are incorrect. And then they say, well, just all we have is that a staff member processes the review and resets the review date or will stop the benefit if the client is not eligible. It doesn't talk about exactly how that will be communicated to them. For example, there's no guarantees about the timelines that a staff member will actually get back to the person on the benefit. But what it will do is increase the stress that someone will be facing. Because, for example, if the automated decision-making system tells someone, hey, I have found that your benefit entitlements have been incorrectly assessed and you risk losing your entirety of your benefit, that person will now be wondering, am I about to become homeless? That is a reality that people face. And in the regulatory impact statement, due to a lack of a select committee process, we haven't been given enough information about exactly how will a staff member process the review and reset the review date. I also think the minister was factually incorrect when she said that these automated decision-making 52-week reviews are triggered as a result of changes in circumstances. They happen automatically, right? So like, again, the way in which people will be targeted will be hard for people to actually get certainty and an understanding of when that will be happening, the impact that it will have. And I think as the regulatory impact statement found, let's name the groups that, once again, the government has decided to disproportionately target once more. It's not those CEOs doing it really well and hoarding all the wealth. It's Māori. And, and we've had in the regulatory impact statement that Māori could be disproportionately negative impacted, and particularly to changes in their entitlements to benefits. Pacific people, older people, and as well as disabled people. So I think that this speaks to a government that is quite happy as part of their savings to target some of the communities that are most disproportionately impacted by poverty, not because of their own decisions or their own circumstances, but because of government decisions throughout the decades. And once again, I find it pretty outrageous that Joseph Mooney, the chair of the committee that we could have evaluated this bill under, has decided to turn this whole debate into a laughing matter and into simply just constant heckles, when I think he should front up to the harms that this bill can cause. And if he's so confident that this bill doesn't have the capacity to cause harm, then tell us. Tell us in your contribution. But anyway, through the speaker, what I do want to emphasize is that the Green Party obviously does not support this bill, and we do have a completely different vision for an income support system that treats people with respect and dignity. In fact, having an income guarantee instead of, for example, what we have right now, would take away the need for automated decision-making for the purposes of assessing this many automated decision-making systems. It would actually probably save MSD far more money and time and having to do what the government is doing right now. We have a fully costed plan to address this. And unlike punching down on those most vulnerable, as we have seen in the analysis presented to us in this bill, will make the wealthy few pay. Anyway, so I just heard that this is a bunch of nonsense. What I do think is nonsense, what I do think is a lot of BS, despite what Nicola Willis may say that it's a no BS budget, is having this kind of legislation being rushed through urgency. Madam Speaker, there was no reason to have this under urgency. There was no rush for this. There's no rush for this bill. All the rush here we have is because the government had to scramble to save money now that because they realize they can't afford the tax cuts for the wealthy. There was no reason to have this under urgency. There's nothing in this bill or in the analysis that told us that the government was under some form of time pressure to make sure we can have an algorithm to review people's benefit entitlements. There's no urgency for this. But the government chose to push it under urgency nonetheless to target beneficiaries, to create savings for the initiatives that will benefit the fossil fuel industry, the mining CEOs, the wealthy landlords doing it well, and the people that they talk to at the Coda Lounge, instead of, for example, the Salvation Army officers that have, who have come out and rightfully so criticized the expansion of automated decision making. We don't support this disgrace of a bill, and we call on the government to actually allow for a select committee process so that people that they're scared of can adequately contribute to this debate.
Laura McClure.
Oh, Madam Speaker, I'm more than happy to take this call and bring some common sense back to the House. It is not unreasonable to expect, if you're receiving a benefit of some sort, to have a review once a year. A review. And if your information is all the same and it's completely correct, nothing changes. How is that unreasonable? In this side of the House, we believe in common sense. We believe in treating taxpayers' monies with respect. So I commend this bill to the House.
Tanya Unkovic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of New Zealand First in support during the second reading of the Social Security Mandatory Reviews Amendment Bill. Now, there's been a lot of talk about the ADM system, Madam Speaker, during these debates. And look, I'm old enough to remember the day when payroll was worked out. We did it by hand. We got a document from the IRD and we manually had to look line by line to see how much PAYE went for every single employee. But here's the thing. Times have changed and everything is moving forward. Everything is getting more automated. It is something that we need to do. We cannot stay stagnant and not move ahead with the times. This is one way we can do things more efficiently. And here's the positive thing about having the ADM use, is that when more of that is used, then that will free up some of the time so that a human can speak to a human when they need one-on-one support. So there is a positive in using this. Look, New Zealand First and the rest of our coalition partners, we are all about efficiency, not wasting time, money, taking care of the people, not giving speeches so that it's just a soundbite, but giving facts. On that note, I commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before I call the member, I understand Te Pāti Māori has handed your call to the Greens. So can I clarify, is this going to be a 10-minute speech from the Greens? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Ka haringi kata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tēnā koutou i te whare. I rise on behalf of the Green Party in strong opposition to the Social Security Mandatory Reviews Amendment Bill. This is yet another example of the government using bureaucracy as a blunt instrument against those already doing it tough. Another example of a government more interested in policing poverty than solving it. It is a bill that will deepen the stress and surveillance of our welfare system, a system that should be rooted in care, dignity and trust. I'm proud to live in a country that supports people in need, and I am ashamed to know that this government is making decisions on behalf of our country that are cruel, greedy and push more people into hardship. This bill mandates that every person receiving the supported living payment, disability allowance and other supports must go through a mandatory review every 52 weeks. It means every year, tens of thousands of people, including disabled people, older New Zealanders, and our most vulnerable whānau, will be dragged through a process that's invasive, stressful, and unnecessary, punishing poor people for being poor. And not only that, the bill enables automated decision making to conduct these reviews. No guarantee of human oversight, no space for context, for compassion, or for complexity. Just a machine deciding whether or not a person gets to keep their basic means of survival. What this bill does not do is improve outcomes for the people it targets. It will not reduce poverty, it will not support whānau, and it will not create a more just or compassionate welfare system. Instead, it adds another layer of stress for people already battling to make ends meet. It creates more work for frontline case managers, not less, and for disabled people, many who rely on the supported living payment and disability allowance, it sends a cruel message that no matter how long-term or permanent their condition is, it must be continual continually proven that they are still disabled. This must be taken in context of the broader barriers that disabled people face. It is dehumanising, it is unnecessary, and it is wrong. And it's happening at the exact same time that this government is making brutal cuts to the incomes and supports that whānau rely on. The Child Poverty Budget 2025 report, released just days ago, confirmed what we already feared. This government's policies are child poverty and increasing the number of children living in material hardship.
That's right.
Further, it stated that this budget will have no meaningful impact on child poverty rates and does nothing to meet our child poverty reduction targets. Nothing. And the decision to means test the Best Start payment will remove vital support from 62,000 new parents, 55,000 of whom will now get nothing in their baby's first year. I want to talk about the use of urgency for these bills that have been passed. Usually the second reading comes after the select committee process, a process that gives experts and people affected by the upcoming bill a chance to have their say and tell us, the decision makers, about how the bill will affect their lives, their children's lives, their whānau's lives. It's a chance for them to scrutinise this bill. It's democratic and it's fair, but this government has decided to lock out the public and subject experts from scrutinising the bill. The regulatory impact statement says that no public consultation was sought, and because no one could submit on the select committee process, my usual process of being able to take quotes and uplift the voices of the communities that this bill most affects, like disabled people, like Māori, like Pacific people, like our kaumātua, and like our young people, means that I have gathered some of these quotes myself. The Child Poverty Advocacy Group says, and I quote, "The government has put up a policy package knowing it will increase child poverty in Aotearoa. CPAG estimates the budget will lock around an additional 20,000 children in poverty over the next 3 years." And I take a quote from Jackie Southley, an advocacy director at Save the Children, quote, "Recessions are a time when more resources should be extended to people who are struggling the most, not less. And she is worried that child poverty is going to be increasing because of the decisions that this government is making." A quote here from Bonnie Robinson from the Salvation Army, their social policy and parliamentary unit, quote, "Children in low-income households should not be the ones paying the highest price to meet the government's goals of bringing the books back in order," end quote. Bonnie is calling for immediate changes to the welfare system to lift children out of hardship. This bill and the previous bill are not what she meant by immediate changes. The child poverty... Sorry, Madam Chair. As Alicia Sutton from the New Zealand Council of Christian Social Services put it, quote, "This budget will leave thousands of children in poverty." This bill continues this trend, and it will add new barriers to those already on the margins. It will deepen the stresses for families navigating disability, low incomes, and the rising cost of living. It is not care. This is about control and policing people on poverty. I want to take the time to really appeal to the love that many of these members in this House have for Jesus. Jesus, who called his followers to care for the poor, not to burden them further. Jesus preferred the company of the poor, the marginalised and the disabled. Jesus showed us that greed has no place in leadership. And I asked the members on the other side, what would Jesus do? Jesus would choose compassion over greed, and he would choose justice over profits for the greedy few. The Green Party believes in a welfare system built on trust, not suspicion. That is the country that I am proud to live in, one that cares for our disabled people, that cares for our elderly, that cares for our children, and a system that lifts people up, not grinds them down. A system that recognises that people who need support the most should not have to fight the hardest to get it or to keep it. Poverty is a political choice. Instead of bringing it to an end, the coalition has prioritised lining the pockets of the wealthy. We want a system where income support is simple, fair, and sufficient, where people aren't forced to justify their existence to a faceless algorithm. The algorithm doesn't have compassion. The algorithm can't understand the complexities that are faced by people who need our support, where compassion, not compliance, is a guiding principle. We will be voting against this bill, and we urge others in the House to do the same, and I implore the other side of the House to reach into your compassion for our children, and I ask you, what would Jesus do?
Joseph Mooney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this government is going to bring in structured literacy, which will hopefully help people like the opposition actually get some reading comprehension and actually read the bills and understand what they're about, because they don't, Madam Speaker. This bill makes sure that MSD will check beneficiaries to get the right rate of assistance once a year. It doesn't change the rules around eligibility. These Luddites over here don't understand what this automated decision-making will be. This will just trigger a review, process a review, and suspend and cancel the client's benefit if they don't respond within specified time periods. But it keeps the human in the system, Madam Speaker, and make sure that people get the right amount that they need. Madam Speaker, this is not a laughing matter, this is a serious matter, but we are laughing at the opposition because they don't even read policy. We commend this bill to the House.
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Oh, what a curious speech that I'm going to respond to a little bit. Some interesting words in there, like Luddite, and an accusation that the opposition doesn't read the bills or the policy. Well, the member will be very happy to know that I spent considerable time reading this bill. I've even been looking at the
we'll just listen to one speaker at the moment. Interjections are fine, but not arguments across the House from both sides. Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've spent some time this morning looking at the RIS, and what a surprise. And in an urgency debate from this government, there is actually a RIS. So well done on that. And even a departmental disclosure document, and I will be referring to those. Now, the member who just resumed his seat said this is just about reviews, and we've heard that from a number of members. If it is simply about reviews, why is it here in budget urgency? Might that be because the RIS on page 12 says that the cost of the IT for this will be $5.339 million? And the FTE costs associated with that is $7.559 million. Is it also because in that RIS it talks about the expected $238.302 million in benefits or related expenses, savings over 5 years? This is about money. Now, if the government wants to recoup money from reviews, then that is their choice.
But do not come and tell the opposition that it isn't about money, it's about simply doing a review. It is about money. We are in a budget debate. It is that simple. Now, a word that I've been using a little bit is dystopian, because this is dystopian. And it's not what I was expecting to be talking about on a Saturday morning, Madam Speaker. So, what we know and what we've heard from the other speakers is that there is automated decision making. And I want to acknowledge that in the Social Security Act, and a change that appears to be made in 2023, that there is already an ability for some automated decision making. So that already exists. But what we have in this bill at clause 5 is an addition to that. And I want Mr Mooney, the member for Southland, to note the use of the word sanctions, because this is a new word introduced into section 363 big A3, Mr Mooney. And I mention that because we've heard from government benches that this has nothing to do about sanctions, but here is the word in the bill that perhaps the government members might want to read. Perhaps the government members would have taken more time to consider this had they been through a select committee process. So there we go. We have 363A already existed, but the addition is, so there was already, the specified provisions must be about sharing child support payment information, but then there is a new B about sanctions. And then there is also a C, which is very pertinent to this piece of legislation, obviously, because it's about mandatory reviews by MSD of specified benefits. And there's a new D as well. So, Madam Speaker, that is interesting that there are those changes, and I think the members opposite should reflect on those. So we have this expansion of what the automated decision making can do. And of course, we on this side are worried, genuine concerns about scope creep of automated decision making. So it doesn't appear that there are any additional safeguards about that automated decision making in this bill, despite the expansion of the use of that automated decision making. And that is a very important point. Now we can go to the RIS, which is good that we have a RIS. And so on page 3, there is a mention of an assumption around the social licence, that there is an assumption that MSD has the social licence for machines to make decisions. It is assumed that the widespread use of ADM outside of MSD may mean the public would expect and even support its use within the welfare system. However, the public sentiment on this matter has not been explicitly tested. And how, Madam Speaker, would you explicitly test that? Well, you'd have a select committee process, but we don't have that. And so we've heard from government members, well, why don't you refer to the ADM standard? And if you look further in if you look to the original provision in the Social Security Act, 363 big A, it does require that there be a standard and that this standard needs to be gazetted. That's in the subpart 5A of that piece of legislation. And we can see that in the Appendix 1 of the RIS. But this goes against some of the things we've heard from speeches already. So the standard says that a decision may be discretionary or non-discretionary. Now, we heard in her first reading speech the Minister say that these decisions would only be made about non-discretionary decisions. But where is the safeguard about that? I cannot see it in the bill, and then when I look to this piece of secondary legislation that government members are relying on, it does not provide the safeguards that I would expect. So this document has a lot of internal sort of requirements about it, and says that there must be as much transparency as possible. And it says, in compliance and assurance, compliance with the standard must be verified for all new uses through the existing security, privacy, human rights and ethics certification and accreditation processes. I don't know how they will change for this new use, and if there is anything that will require this standard that is very generalised to be changed for the specific changes that we have now in front of us, which are about these annual reviews. Annual reviews, Madam Speaker, that this government is anticipating to make a lot of money from. So it is very important that when someone is going to have money cancelled, someone's saying it's money, they're making sure that it's money that they should good. Well, if that member is so sure about that, then the government members will want to talk about these algorithms, because we also have seen in the documents in front of us an acknowledgement that the algorithms that go into this sort of machine, these automated decision making, we know that they can have a bias. And that bias is the problem that we are concerned about, that there is a bias that may lead to the wrong decision being made, Madam Speaker. And if the wrong decision is made, then somebody will lose their money. And it takes a long time to go through the review processes and get that money back. And Madam Speaker, this legislation is very complicated. I am particularly lucky to have in my electorate office wonderful staff who do understand a lot about the supported living payment, the emergency benefit, the accommodation supplement, disability allowances, and New Zealand superannuation with a non-qualified partner. All the things that this bill applies to. But it's very complicated and a lot of people need help with it. So if a computer which has a biased algorithm decides to cancel their payment, that could lead to very real, terrible consequences. And this government and those members who have been heckling throughout this should take some note on that and be prepared for a lot of questions on these issues in the committee stage. But it should not be passed. It should not be passed today, Madam Speaker. This needs proper consideration by a select committee about what those safeguards should be on this new technology. So I appeal to the government members and the Leader of the House to do just that.
Paolo Garcia.
Madam Speaker, the bill establishes a time-bound, structured approach to updating beneficiary circumstances every 52 weeks. This ensures that the beneficiaries receive the support they genuinely need. I commend this bill to the House.
This is a split call. I call Ingrid Leary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just like to talk through what I think is a really problematic piece of lawmaking for a number of reasons. I've caught the tail end of the contribution from my colleague, the Honourable Rachel Brooking, and she has talked about some of the process issues and the impacts of the automation. In fact, the whole bill is, and credit to the officials for working obviously under great speed, but it is like the opposite of a treasure hunt, trying to find actually the proper parts of the legislation in a clear way that lead us to understand what's happening. And I have drawn the conclusion, having gone through it very carefully the last few hours, that the accommodation supplement conversation and debate we had yesterday is a red herring. It's a distraction, because the real issue at stake here is a social security mandatory review amendment bill that is far broader. And the RIS that was looked at yesterday, the supplementary paper, does not really relate to this. In fact, there is only a tiny footnote that says the changes to the boarding allowances are dealt with in that supplementary paper.
So I'd like you to note, or this House to note, Madam Speaker, that the actual RIS, which responds to this legislation, has not even really been interrogated, and we have a whole stack of questions. I'll give you some examples of them. When it comes to MSD, for example, the RIS has said that MSD is already using AI for discretionary payments. But it also says on page 3, it is possible for the use of ADM to entrench existing inequities in the welfare system as these can be built into the collection data. Then we have the fact that there are 2 options considered by MSD. The third one is redacted. We don't even see why. It's under legal privilege on page 8 using section 92H of the Official Information Act. And then it just says, for this reason, we've discounted this option. Well, we'd really like to know what that's about, because presumably if it's legal advice, it's about the rights and entitlements of people and probably has broader implications. So I'm wondering if the other option that they did land on is right on the cusp and whether there has been a BORA done and what they've got to say about it. Also, it just seems crazy. 332,000 reviews would be done each year, and the RIS says very openly on page 11 that this would cost, it adds up to about $13 million, and there's no way they could make this happen with the current staff, and that's why they need the technology. Well, did they consider maybe keeping the current staff or employing some more people into the public service for this stupid rule, because it's awfully inefficient? Instead, they are looking at bringing in this very dodgy technology which is dehumanising, which doesn't have appeal rights. It's only going to be reviewed, according to the RIS on page 14, every 3 years. So the first few months at least, one would expect there would be some review of the technology. It could be going completely wrong, and they do not need to review it till then. We see limitations and constraints on analysis. We can go into that in the committee stage. They basically admit they have not explored other possible wider policy changes or improvements due to operational and funding constraints. Then we have all these population groups under these much broader benefits, more than just the accommodation supplement, which are impacted. So we've got child disability allowance, orphans, unsupported child's benefit, youth payment, youth parent payment, childcare assistance, New Zealand superannuation, veterans pension and childcare assistant programs payments. Now, that is finally explicit in subsection 6 of section 310C, but before then it is an absolute rabbit warren of trying to go through the legislation to determine whether things are being made by regulation or whether they're actually being made in primary legislation. We'll be asking about that. And then when we look at the populations that have been impacted, very clearly around Māori, it says on page 6, it may have a greater impact on Māori given they're overrepresented in the benefit population. It has real issues about the dealing with the treaty clauses, which we'll interrogate. It talks about Pacific people, that they may have disproportionate impact. It talks about older people and says it may create confusion for these clients. Disabled people, mandatory reviews will now include reviewing approximately 100,000 supported living payments and 125,000 people previously.
Vanessa
So lots
Wening.
to interrogate.
Bill to the House.
Madam Speaker. Helen White.
Okay. Don't know what was going on out there, but I'd like to pick up on the comments of my colleague who's just spoken. If you have a look at the regulatory impact statement in this bill, there are large parts blanked out. I haven't seen before a problem definition with a part of the problem definition blanked out. So it's actually very unsettling as to what the problem is that has been put to the people who have prepared this RIS. I can't tell. I can tell what part of the problem is. And so I'd like to focus on the bit that I can tell you about. I can look at the problem definition as far as it relates to the border payments. But the opposition will be asking questions and interrogating on the bits of this document that are blanked out, particularly because there is a use in this legislation of automated decision making, and some of the blanked out pieces are in parts where that's an issue. So, for example, there is a part on page 4 of the regulatory impact statement which talks about what is the policy problem or opportunity. So we hear about the Borders Initiative and getting money off people and finding out whether they have borders. But then at paragraph 6, we have nothing. We have a blank out, and then we talk about the use of ADM as necessary to collect information and review people-specific benefits to implement the borders contribution. So that we're allowed to know, we're just not allowed to know what else is in there. I'd like to focus on the part I am concerned about because I know about it at this point. This is a piece of legislation that is not as Paulo Garcia suggested it was. It is not for those purposes. What we know about the purposes, it's to gather information, to take note of it, and to stop people being able to claim a benefit to a certain extent if they have a border. So I go back to the example I used in the last bill, where a woman, a solo mother in the 1990s, was able to claim for that border. Now that solo mother who may be working, and I want to concentrate on someone who's working because they're one of the groups captured. If that person is working, if they're a caregiver and they're working now, but their pay is so low that it is not possible for them to make ends meet, a decision we've taken is to allow people to take in a border, and that's been changed today. And as a result, the government wants to implement this, and they're bringing in this legislation to do that, to implement it. And so they are bringing in a very wide net of people, including that woman I'm talking about. She wouldn't have had to go in to see MSD before. She now will have to go in every 12 months, and she will have to disclose whether she has a border, and if she does, next year she will lose $98 if she's got one border from her payments every week. It'll make that much of a difference to her. And so that's what this is to do. It was such a big amount of people that were covered, and the amount of people is, I think, I was looking at the figures before. I'll give them in the next speech. But I think it's 87,000 people who are on accommodation supplement. So the amount of people, just low-paid New Zealanders who are just getting that, are 87,000 people. They will now have to do that. So because it was so hard, automated decision-making was seen as the most efficient tool. Now that means it still costs money. It's about $6 million to bring that in. And it's an expansion of a scheme that was supposed to be really just connected with parental child support, because there needed to be a connection between information. So that is what is going on. What the RIS says about that, the regulatory impact statement, is that people are really suspicious of automated systems. There is a good reason for that. We're going through a time of change, and it was interesting that the woman who's against vaccines in the New Zealand First Party told us we have to move with the times and we shouldn't be suspicious of these things. Actually, I agree, we shouldn't be totally suspicious of these things. Where necessary, we should look at automation. But this automation is something where we need to bring the public with us. And if we'd wanted to bring the public with us, we would have put this to a select committee so that it could be discussed, so people could bring their fears and concerns. And we have not heard from those people today. We don't know. In a normal second speech, I would be giving that speech with the submissions of the people who had come to the select committee. I can't offer the views of many of those people that would come, including the ones who would have been concerned about an automated decision-making system. Those processes that we have in this House are so valuable because we're one of the few democracies where people can actually touch and affect us in the way that is most appropriate. We have other democracies struggling because they're so giant that people can never get near the actual impact in the parliament. It doesn't make any difference. But here, one of the things I'm absolutely proudest of is we have select committees where if an 11-year-old or the solo mother or the people who are helping on the front line have a problem with the legislation, they come and they tell us. And I have been there when we have listened to them and we've gone, yeah, fair enough point. You've got it right. And it's meant that people haven't been cycling into conspiracy theories in the same way because they're not disconnected. And it's really, really important. So when we bring in things like automated decision making, and when the RIS itself talks about people, not necessarily, we are assuming social license is what it says. There's an assumption of social license. There has been no public consultation. That's an alarm bell we should be listening to. We should be listening to the people who are impacted by this and who are worried about it, because we are expanding the net. We are saying that there are a whole lot more people we're going to gather that information from, and then we're going to automate our decisions in response. That we're doing it because it saves money, because it's more efficient. It's easy to tell ourselves a fairy tale about it being good for them. It's really important we put that up to the test of what people think of what we actually say our rationalisation is. It doesn't mean we shouldn't do these things, but we have to bring people with us or we get terribly reactive results. So my suggestion is that this actually go before a select committee. That's my suggestion. My suggestion is this is not the kind of thing that you put through urgency. I want to finally talk, it is the second reading, I want to talk about some of the groups who would have made submissions at the Select Committee. We would have heard from people who are part of the elderly. The elderly in this situation, 125,000 people are on not only the super but on disability or on accommodation supplements. They would have been able to tell us what they thought today, and we would have been able to reflect that back. But that's been cut from our capacity. We would have heard from the disabled. We would have heard from a group of the 100,000 people who are on supported living. They are not people you need to review because they're going to suddenly change their circumstances. They're actually in a pretty stable situation. We've recognised they need support and it's being given to them, but they're going to be in there. We would have heard from them, but we don't get to. One of the groups that I have tried to emphasise in this debate is the low paid. We would have heard from the low paid, the ones who are paying taxes, who are on the minimum wages, who did the jobs that we needed done when we were locked down, when we were facing a pandemic. They did pretty scary jobs sometimes. Those are the people who we would have heard from, because they are the people on accommodation supplements. They are the people who need that support because we have failed to provide high-paying work. That's actually the reality.
Carl Bates. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion, and quiet during voting, please. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk, conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National. 49 votes in favour. New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti kore I whakai.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed.
Social Security Mandatory Reviews Amendment Bill, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage immediately. As the time has come for me to leave the chair, I declare that when House sitting resumes, the House will go into committee for consideration of the Social Security Mandatory Reviews Amendment Bill. The sitting is suspended until 2 p.m.